Hello, everyone. Happy Monday or happy Tuesday for everyone. Uh, yeah, we're back with the long climb, where we try to tackle Unreal Engine 5, which is not easy. And so today we're gonna try to start adding some interactions to the world. Hopefully, where we can press something like a button and maybe concept of items or something. I don't know yet. But we'll see how that goes, okay? So let me just roughly show you what we've got. There we go. So, yeah. We are basically where we were before. The only thing is I removed the default, the default gun or whatever, so we don't have that. And as you can see, we have flashlight. If I can just turn it on and off. This is just for purposes of testing. And yeah, we were able to walk in. We built that last time. The only thing I added is I added some temporary boxes. So the flashlight is a bit brighter and some placeholder for engines for whatever we'll be building. And that's all. And also we kind of have first interaction where I press F, the lights in this room come on and off, which is a little bit difficult to see with, with the flashlight going on and off as well. But yeah, we've got two lights that work that way. So interaction-wise, I cleaned up a little bit here and whatnot just to have some kind of an idea. So basically, with the player character, it handles all the input right now. But what I did here is, we have debug, press F key and whatnot. And what I'm doing here is basically, switch the spotlight on the actor itself. So that's not a big deal. But then I get all the actors with a tag toggle. And for each of them, I'm transmitting a Boolean. I kind of recreated parts of the Easy Interactions package that I was selling a long time ago on Unreal Engine Marketplace. So I recreated parts of it in C++ just to learn Engine a little bit. And this way I can just transmit the Boolean to those actors. And that's it. So, I get those actors and I call transmit bool on them. And if I would go to the light itself, it just has the signal transceiver component as a, on bool signal received, and I'm just toggling it. I set actor head into game to something else, to whatever it was supposed to, and that's it. So we kind of have a starting point. I kind of like this idea of this interaction system, like I was making the easy interactions. So I would like to continue going in that direction, where let's say that we would do something with the engine, like when you press in this area, maybe a light lights up or something, that it's on or it's off. Something as simple as that, but it would be nice to have a blueprint object where we can point the player at something and interact with it. I would like to be able to recreate that part. So, how do we even start? As you can clearly see that I don't have much of a specific plan. So let's try to do that. What I'm gonna do is open the view project because I would like to add an extra type of a signal to my system. It will be kind of an interaction signal. So there's a bunch of code here. So I would like to be able to send a signal that has a name. So it's kind of a name signal already, that I'm sending a name, something like toggle or on or off, some very simple action. Okay. And I mean, in theory, it would be fun to have some kind of additional something with it, but I don't think we really need that. Or maybe we're gonna go crazy or something. Why not? Because it wouldn't cost much to create one struct and remove it whenever player presses a button, right? It's not like this is happening hundreds of times per frame or anything. So, oh, there's an update to Rider. Oh, I guess we're gonna do that. Maybe that's gonna fix some issues that I have with it right now. Like, I can't collapse stuff. Sometimes it opens up that way. And I think it opens that way when we open it from the engine rather than the other way around. So we're gonna fix that. Let me just try to fix that, alright? Where do I even go? Okay, the Rider update is being installed. So what I would like to do is basically we can kind of figure it out by creating a new blueprint. I hope the stuff on the screen is large enough. It's just kind of difficult to make it larger for me and not be too small for you. Okay, so what I was doing, I want to add a structure, okay? And it'll be S interaction signal, okay? Just temporary things so that we can copy and paste it into C++ afterwards. Hopefully. I am not actually sure. If I'm gonna save it, can I see it in the header tool? Yeah, I will be able to see it. Okay, great. So the idea would be that we are able to send some kind of signal that it's supposed to be an interaction. In theory, there could be ways where this is, something like an enum, what kind of interaction or whatnot. But I'm not sure if I want to do that. Although I probably should do that. What type of interaction? At the same time, it would be probably nice if it would be easy to add those. So maybe that would need to be an asset for the kind of interaction. Because the thing is that if I want to provide an enum as a type of interaction and use it through our blueprints and whatnot, if I'll define it on C++ side, I will be able to use it in Blueprint, but suddenly I won't be able to extend it in Blueprint. I will need to go to code every time I'm doing something like that. Also, in the future, I would like there to be support for some kind of modding where, players could add their own content. And if there will be a way to add your own interaction type, that would be awesome. But the question is, how do we do that? I'm starting to wonder if we should kind of have signal as an interaction object where we pass a class or something, some kind of object into it. Yeah, it could be a class, right? From which you can inherit that already can identify itself. You could make a class like that on the blueprint side of things. To inherit from the base, you could create one from C++, and then you're transferring those objects, and they kind of can receive themselves, unpack themselves. Could be done, although I don't know how easy that would be. Oh, wow. Yeah, so let's go to Excalidraw and see if I can kind of figure that out. Because initially I thought that maybe we'll be able to just make an interaction thing where we just have some kind of S interaction signal, okay? And it has something like a interaction, something like type, which will be just a name, fname in this case maybe would have some kind of value with it, theoretically an optional value, which could be, we could do just few things like you know, data1, which will be maybe float, data2, which will be float, maybe, I don't know, just to add a few things so that we could pass them, and then whoever receives it could interpret it in some way. And therefore, we would just have a struct to pass around, right? We just create an instance of that, and we send it to the receiver, right? And this is the receiver. And this is basically on interaction signal event, okay? And this data here is passed, so we can break the struct and react over everything. Yeah. That sounds relatively easy, straightforward, right? We just have this static thing that we send. This is just a struct, so it just sends a copy and we forget about it. The thing is that we can't extend that on a blueprint side. We can't extend that anywhere else. So, we will be sending some integers and maybe floats and a bunch of other stuff that's kind of unnecessary, but at the same time, it's not a big deal. It's a value object, so it's gonna get deleted the moment we finish handling it. Okay, so I don't think that's a big issue. It's just lacks of flexibility. All right. So what if we would have on interaction signal, we would basically send more like the data, right? Which will be simply some kind of interaction signal. So we're just sending that, right? So we send interaction signal. Well, here we're putting it this thing. So let me actually do it, send interaction signal. And we just had data as interaction signal, which basically has those things, right? So what if instead we would do send interaction signal and we have the data of interaction signal, which is a class, and it would have probably just a few basic things. Maybe type, which is fname, which is literally just a number because it points to something that already exists. And that's pretty much it, right? It doesn't have to have anything else. It just needs to have a way to access the name of it. And that's it. So when we send it, we just have receiver on interaction signal event, and we just received the interaction signal or some kind of wrapper, right? Because nothing stops us from sending something with additional data, with maybe direction, which would be vector 3. Because that kind of interaction might matter. Gosh, so many things just to send some data, right? And we have the receiver, which in this case will be, we could define our on blueprint side or C++ side or whatever. I could basically create an additional whatever. Yeah, how could we do that to show up as an event though? So how would we handling that? If we would have something like this here, right? Where we receive this signal we would basically need to have a switch. Switch by type. Okay. We would need to switch by the type of the f name, and depending on that, call this, call that, or call that. All right. So that sounds, you can't avoid that because that's the whole idea of what kind of interaction is that. Then with this, we would still need to switch by type. We could do either by the provided type as the f name, which seems kind of the easiest, and that could then help to decide what to cast it to. All right. So we could have a simple system where, probably not. Because if we'll switch by type, that means we need to additionally cast this object to that appropriate type, of course, if necessary, if it handles that. So it's not like we're going to have 20 things to cast. And in theory, we could actually simplify it by adding special things like, hey, this thing, cast it and have a thing that already opens up most of the data. I'm kind of liking this system because it means that suddenly with blueprints we could open up more possible signal types, which is kind of fun. But the thing is, do we want it to be actual just classes? Something that inherits from U object? Because we don't want to send actors, that's just no need for that. This is just a piece of data, nothing else. So I wonder if we would use something like a data asset, would that help us in any way? So I'm just making it take up less room because this is kind of much. If that would be a data asset, that would mean that we could, it wouldn't help mothers, right? Mothers. Yeah, not really. Huh. I think we're gonna go something like this. It'll be just extending an object, and we have a base object which just defines that we should be able to have a name to be able to provide, the proper type, and that's it. Yeah, let's do that. Might be the most flexible. So yeah, let's abort this whole thing here. This goes away, delete. And I think our writer is up to date. Yeah. And I should be able to open up a project. Can I zoom in a little bit? Yes, I can. Good. So I'm gonna add a new type, okay? A new delegate. I'm just gonna continue with what I was doing. So instead of on class signal, it will be on interaction signal received. And we have the sender and the value. Here it won't be U class, it will be U interaction signal. Let's just call the U interaction signal so that we know that it's just a signal, it's not anything else. Okay. I'll let just write or process the whole gigantic project. It always takes 30 years. We got syntax highlighting and everything. Cool. So we're gonna create that interaction signal in a second. But what matters here is that we are going to add basically another kind of signal, right? We have object signal, class signal. And so we're gonna have basically the copy interaction signal, okay? There we go, there we go. Turn display name will be received, transmit an interaction signal to an actor, okay? And AI will basically write that for us. Sender, actor, receiver, and payload will be of U interaction signal, okay? Just a reference to it. Okay. And then we basically have received a signal. So again, we just received the U interaction signal. But what I can do is I can additionally add that there will be the we'll receive the const f name signal type, okay? Just so that we can handle it straight away, okay? Because we can extract it from here. We'll be able to extract it from here. And then we have an interaction signal received. That's just the event. Oh, we're calling this, so it shouldn't be here. It should be on the event itself, right? Where we can define the name that gets sent. Yeah. So beyond just that, we're gonna have this will be a f name signal name, okay? We're gonna add that part. Although it's unhappy about it right now. Why? Oh, 3 params. There we go. And oh, because I'm modifying the wrong thing. Oops. There we go. That should be a little bit happier now. Yeah. That should be it. So we need to define this whole U interaction signal. So where could I put it? Because this needs to be, you know, public and whatnot. So let's add it to just overall here. I'm gonna add it to the public folder because, to be honest, I have no idea how that works. So it'll be Unreal class, okay. It will be just U object, nothing crazy there, all right. And we'll call it U interaction signal. All right, there we go. Oh, I guess I was supposed to name it without the U of it. Let's just rename it without the extra U, and nothing happened. Really? Come on, where is it? Rename to this thing. Yes. Asking me on a different screen. Okay, so now things got renamed properly. We have just one U. Great. So this is our header. So in our header, I guess we will be able to basically define the few things that need to exist. So we'll have the public, and of course we have the constructor, right? And we also want the view property. Let's see if this is gonna do something. Edit anywhere, blueprint read write, category, easy interactions, sure. Signal name, there we go. And payload, no, we don't add anything else to it. That'll be up to wherever we're going to inherit from this signal to add on more information, okay? That's all. So we've got that one. The signal name. And in theory, we don't need any kind of operations on it either, right? Yeah, that's it. Hello, drunken alcoholic. Drunk alcoholics say, "Hey Ben, you're doing a great job, mate. Thank you. How are you doing? Long time no see." All right, so this could work in theory, right? We need to rebuild it. So just click a button. It's gonna rebuild the whole thing. And I think we just rebuilt. No, failed with code this and that. I guess because we need to somehow import this. And when it comes to our header, we're not accessing anything from inside there. So the only thing we would need to do is not include it, but just reference it. It's like forward declaration, right? The drunk alcoholic says, "Yeah, doing good. That stupid little thing called work gets in the way. Sorry to hear that. But yeah, we all have to get through that at some point in our life, right? Work, work, work." What on earth was I doing? Okay, so let's just do U interaction signal, right? I press enter. And we don't have it anywhere here. No, 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 and no. So why isn't it complaining about it anymore? Import type. Okay, so instead of being an error, we just have it. Oh, because these are just definitions here. Oh gosh, this is so confusing. Generate definition, generate inline definition, add forward declaration. Yes. And where to go? There we go. There's our forward declaration. This should make it happy to compile, right? Unless it's gonna be unhappy that we don't have implementation for those. Probably that's gonna be another problem. Where's build here? Where is their engine running? Oh, I still have an engine running. Build, please. Okay, okay. Unresolved, external symbol, public. Where is it complaining about that? Okay, so this time we're gonna watch me have no idea what to do with C++ stuff, okay? Interaction signal, reference and function, internal constructor. Oh, because we also don't have the internal constructor, nothing defined here. So let's just do that, okay? Because our interaction signal, I would like it to have only constructor that actually takes something, right? So f name and signal name. And we can just do your definition and we just save it and that's it. Sure. There we go. That should be it for implementation details for us here, right? Non-converting. I have no idea what that means, but Ryder suggested it, so I'm gonna go with it. Idea. And this, please stop showing again. This is annoying me. Some problems with things. Okay, so what happens? I'm gonna try to compile now. A little bit better. Okay, less errors, right? Now it's just complaining that we have to define U interaction signal or concept object initializer. This required by any U object. Oh no. I I guess we can't just do that. That'll be too easy, right? Yeah, too easy. Alt O or something? How do I get to the CPP of the file? Go to creation review usages. No. I right click on this thing. No. And here, code, over members, employment missing members. Probably will be navigate, right? Navigation bar. Switch header / source, F10. Okay, so I just press F10 and it switches me around those. Okay. I can live with that. And that's it here. It's gonna be just empty. And for our U property, we can just say that this thing is name. What the hell are those? These are like, what is this? Special zero value, meaning no name. Okay, let's start with that. This is some kind of global constant that defines. Okay, we just learned something. We've got a default value. At least we'll have something, right? So we'll see how it's gonna work. So that's fine. If I'm gonna try to build it now, maybe it's gonna start complaining somewhere else. Okay. Unresolved external symbol. Class this and that. Unresolved signal, really. Can I like get to a line? Seriously, it won't let me even know which line. So let's just go to here, okay? So we defined this thing here. I don't think this should be a big problem. All right. I don't think it should be. So what we need to do is now we basically need to implement those. So if I'm gonna hit F10, we have the class signal, and let's just implement our interaction signal where we'll have signal transceiver components, a actor, all this stuff, U interaction signal. There we go. And yeah, just transmit the signal, which will be transmit sender, receiver, payload. Oh, because I probably made it so that it doesn't even know. Transceiver, receive interaction signal, and we've got a payload. Okay, that's good. We just call that, so we're fine. Okay, so yeah, and where's the receive interaction signal? Where did I implement that? Transmit. And let's add receive interaction signal. Okay. And here it tries to basically go in here. And this is complaining that your interaction signal is not complete because I need to go and include it here. Include interaction signal, right? Will that work? Possibly. Let's try to compile it. Let's see what happens. Please work. Oh, it worked. Okay, so let's start the editor. It always surprises me that if all the something in C++, in Unreal Engine, that it actually works. Just the fact that it's C++ and Unreal Engine just inherently makes me think that it's not going to work. Okay. Would you like to reopen it? What did I have? Player character. Okay, good. So that means that employer character, I should be able to just right click, transmit interaction signal. There we go. So I can to what as the receiver actor payload, and I would just need to give it a payload. So I should be able to just oh, I probably need to add some kind of static thing that will allow me to construct it. Interact, because normally you wouldn't be able to just instantiate it, right? Instant, what was it called? Interaction signal. And I don't want context sensitive. Yeah, we don't have any way of instantiating it. So what if I'm gonna go to the interaction signal and just define an additional property on it? And not property, just some kind of function. I don't know how they're supposed to be ordered. At least I don't care right now. So let's do something like, I had something static defined already, right? These are just a bunch of signals. And these are just static, right? Just this and that. And I can just copy this and see what happens, right? So let's copy this. Blueprint callable, yes. Category is your interactions. Meta default to self. We're gonna get there, but I don't think so. No, we just don't do any of this stuff. Return display name, no such thing. So we're only gonna have a tooltip, which we're gonna adjust in a second. So the whole idea here is basically make interaction signal, okay? And we'll have it where when we make interaction signal, we only need the fname signal name, okay? That's the only thing we need. So display name will be signal name. We don't even need any of that. This is like obvious, right? So we just have it like this. Signal name cannot be defined in, as it's already defined. What? In the fonts. Oh, because this has signal name as well. So, really, let's not have it named as signal name. This will be signal type, okay? So we'll just call it type. That should be fine. And let's just, yeah, this is nothing else references it. The only thing that references it is CPP somewhere down here. Signal type, okay? Great. So if make interaction signal, we could just go generate the definition, and in our case, wait, we need to return it. So instead of bool, it will be actual U interaction signal. Okay, that's what we're gonna return. So let's just copy that part, and we can say that this is what is gonna get returned. Yeah. Let's just define it that way, okay? This will be constant. So I need to, I guess, the return type will be a constant value so that we're not tampering with that signal. Don't know if I'm getting it right, but sounds right in my head. Okay, so in here, we just want to create a new one, right? So return. Oh, new object. I guess that's the way to spawn a thing, right? So this will be U interaction signal, signal, and we apply set the type, right? And bam, return a signal. And this is complaining because we're named signal, of course, because this is Unreal. Yeah. And this thing could be const. I agree, it could be a const. So let's make it const. And did it make it here const? It did not. I don't know if it needs to be in both places exactly the same, but this should be basically make a new signal, new instance of a signal of the given type. Okay. In theory, we could just pass them around, so that's not even anything special. In theory, we could actually have just one of them and just pass it around, one instance of it, because it's that simple with this. But the name could be anything. So that's the thing. This is like the simplest possible thing. I can see it where this could be kind of overridden, where we have additional static functions for very specific versions of signals, so that we can just quickly, oh, let's make the use signal, right? And it just doesn't add anything to it. It still sends just a single name, but we would have a helper where, make use signal. And we don't have to provide that anymore. And in blueprints, it's just so much easier to use. So we're gonna test that because this should be already something, right? So I can get back to editor, hit recompile. Where is it? Here. And it's thinking. Recompile. Okay. So here I should be able to do make interaction signal. There we go. And we can just give it type will be hello. Exclamation mark, because it's just a name, right? It's gonna get turned into something. So let's just create a H key, debug key H, right? So when we press the H key, we're gonna make the interaction signal and send it to somewhere, right? Okay. All right, I'm gonna send it to myself. Receiver actor will be self. There we go. Although I don't have the transceiver component here, so I can receive signals here. Okay, let's do it that way. Let me just reformat it. So we've got this thing here. Can I actually move it down here? Okay, now it's good. So here we have transmitting whenever we press H. So I would like to maybe just, oh, we don't have the receiver actor, right? It doesn't match the property payload for the live code interaction signal 0 object reference. Ooh, I think we might need to just close it, recompile it, because we probably messed some things up. So let's just wait for it to stop, rebuild it, and see if restarting editor will work. Because I know there are some quirks in Unreal Engine where some things it can do without restarting the engine, and some things you can't do. For some things you just still need to kind of restart the thing. I never know which one. Yep, let's reopen it, compile, and now it compiles. Okay, so it's all good. That was the fix. Okay. So in that case, I'm going to add a very simple thing. Let's just make it that what can I do? Maybe I can turn this into some kind of engine, right? Converts this actor into a reusable blueprint class. Let's do it separately. We're gonna do something similar to what we did here. So let's make it, again, temporary, new blueprint class, and it'll be an actor, BP test engine, okay? Just something really simple. I'm just gonna open it up here, and we're just gonna add a static mesh. Oh, come on. Static mesh. And sure, that's gonna be the engine dev. There we go. This is our just engine, whatever. And we're gonna add a point light to it. Maybe something here. Okay. Just something really simple. Right here. So now we can also add just two colors, all right? So that we switch between two colors. So let's do variables. We're gonna make it color on. Okay, and that will be, do we have some like color? Yeah, structure color. Look at that. And the other one will be color off. Okay, I'm not even gonna make those exportable. Will be that when it's on. Let's just recompile it. So when it's on, we're gonna have a nice green light. Okay, and when it's off, we're gonna have a nice red light. And that's it. And therefore, in our event graph, I mean, construction script, we basically want to say that, you know, whenever we have this, let's just add is on, and this will be a boolean. So basically how the engine starts, it will be starting as off. And we can do variables. Screw that. We're not doing construction scripts, so let's make it really simple. And the only thing that it needs to have, it has to have transceiver, signal transceiver, okay? And this is where we can just click on interaction signal received, okay? And this is where we can receive it. So we have who sent it, the value, which is the signal object reference. Can I break it? Oh no. How do I extract stuff out of it? I can't even extract it. Oh no, so this, oh, come on. Interaction signal object reference. I see. So here we have the signal name, which is fine, but we can't break this thing apart into separate things, which isn't a big deal because right now we just have signal name, right? And this value doesn't really matter because we don't have anything else. If we want to add some additional signal, we can probably add a node that will take it and break it into separate elements, right? So we're good. So let's make it basically that we can switch on name, okay? So let's just add the switches, right? Let's add a pin for case 0, and how do I configure cases? Pin names, there we go. So one will be turn on, and the other will be turn off. And we can even make fancy one, which is toggle, okay? We can just suddenly, with this simple thing, depending what name we're gonna send, either turn on, turn off, or toggle, we can just run a different behavior, right? So basically, if it's on, so let's get, if it's on, and wait, so we can do like this. So if we ask it to turn it on, and it's already on, we don't do anything, right? Only when it's off, we're gonna set it to off, okay? And we're gonna change the color of the light. So let's actually, I want to test something. New timeline. Come on, where's, oh, add timeline right here. So this will be toggle animation, okay? So I want to make a simple animation where we fade from the values that when the engine is off to the values where the thing is on. Okay, so by playing forward, it will be, you know, turn it on. The other way will be turn it off. So if we ask to turn it on, right, we just play it. So we're gonna turn it on. When we ask to turn it off and is on, when it's on already, and we ask it to turn it off, then we're gonna reverse it. And toggle will basically call depending on whatever it is, right? So how do we do that? We take is on. We do not, as in the boolean. And then we can call whichever we have to. So I could probably make it like somewhat like this. Toggle. If we toggle and we want to make it, oh wait, so we don't need to do that. Okay, sorry. So if it's on, if it's already on, we want to turn it off, okay, which will be here. Otherwise, we go here and we have a little spaghetti mess. I'm gonna reformat it. It's gonna get a little bit crazier, but that should be it. While when we turn it off, wait. If we do turn on, we want to set is on to true, while if it's off, we want to set it to off. There we go. This is a bit more appropriate. So the only thing now is to add this toggle animation. I'm going to add a new track, which will be color track. There we go. And we're going to name it light color. So when it's off, we should... Oh. So I would put lights here. Sure, let's do that. Let's just do here instead of having it configurable. I can live with that. All right, so we're gonna have this light for when it's off. Oof, not pink. Red. Okay. And this one will be for when it's on. Bam, just like that. Okay. So this should be enough. And therefore in our graph, basically when we're updating, we want to get our point light, set color, set light color, there we go. And we just set it to light color, right? There we go. That is it. All right, so that's good. So in our player character, I'm just gonna simply say that when we want to transmit it, the receiving actor, well, we're gonna do it a little bit differently. We need to get the get actors of class, and the class should be BP engine, test engine, right? Test engine. There we go. So we're gonna first grab the all of them, and basically for each of them, we're gonna call the, you know, sender. Okay, I think that's it, right? So we create the interaction signal, and for every actor, we transmit the signal, okay? We compile and save it. And for now, it's not gonna be hello, it's gonna be the toggle signal, okay? So if I'm gonna go here and plop our test engine here, maybe a few of them, okay? Let's see if it works. I turn off my flashlights so that we have them, and I press H. They're on. H. Oh, H stopped working. Oh, wait. It just changed color. I press H now. It works. I press H again. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, now it worked. Huh? What just happened? Why is there a delay? That doesn't make any sense. It takes only 1 second. Unless it just stays green so long. Let's maybe... No, this is just opacity. Honestly, I don't know. Oh, length is 5 seconds. Sorry. Length will be half second. And how can I set this thing's value? Because I should be able to define add key to all curves. What the heck's going on? How do I specify the value for this thing? Oh, right click, time 0.5. There we go. Right click, 0.5. This one doesn't matter. So I think their whole reverse thing was weird because, yeah. So H, 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 H. There we go. Takes half a second for them to change color. But yeah, they're on, they're off, they're on, they're off. Okay, so our signals work. Great. Ooh, that actually looks cool with that red. Kind of glow. I am liking this. Okay, so we've got some kind of idea of interaction. So what I should be able to do is actually probably make something a little bit more of a interesting thing, right? So let's say that I would, again, I'll just use my temp thing because I'm just prototyping to see if what I think works. Let's say I'm gonna create a new blueprint class, okay? And I'm gonna take from signal, oh no, actor component, signal transceiver component. We probably need to make this whole thingy here, this interaction signal, to be actually possible. Blueprint type. What does that do? Blueprint type exposes this class to type that can be used for variables in blueprints. Yeah, that's what I want. This is inherited by subclasses. And then we have blueprintable, which means exposes this class as an accepted base class for creating blueprints. Perfect. Okay. And its interactions, sure. Blueprint spawnable component. It's not really. Do we have description for that? Used for actor component classes. No, that's not it. This little change, I'm gonna stop the engine because right now it just doesn't matter. And let's rebuild it. I hope this means that I'll be able to possibly make this without the other weird stuff. I don't know. Sure, restore selected. I guess we had auto-saved instances of the engine somewhere. Right? There we go. I forgot to save. So let's just see here. This is good. The timeline is good. Okay. So we're good on that field. So what about this value? Can I promote to a variable? Break? No, I can't. But I can promote to variable now, which is more than it was before. So that means that I should be able to just right click new blueprint class, signal, interaction signal. So we're gonna make BP, let's make it switch signal, something like that. And for that, I'm actually going to create a quick temporary enumeration. So let's do enumeration. Switch signal type. Okay, so I want to have 3 things. I want turn on, I want turn off, and I want, what would I be? Toggle. Okay, let's say that for some reason I want to have, I'm doing that a lot. I want to have a separate signal just for that. So switch signal type is for that. Great. So in our signal here, I'm gonna just save it, close it, and reopen it. So we should have it just like that. Or maybe not, because I need to add variables to it. So I want to add variables. The variables here would be that I want the switch type, which will be the new switch signal type. Okay, that will be exposed and also exposed on spawn, I guess. And that's it. That's it. That's literally it. So if I would do that, what would it look like from the perspective of the receiving end? Because I'm still just doing that. Could I do cast to signal, switch signal, right? And can I break it apart? No. I still can't, huh? Get signal type. So I would be able to just do this, but it kind of stinks, right? This could use to be some kind of macro or something. Because switch on name, and let's say if we would have additional one, which is literally switch, right? We got the switch signal, and we would need to cast this into that signal, which suddenly complicates stuff even more. How could we make it a bit simpler? Because we have that. I don't see any problem in making a function which probably not. Because the thing is that if I would try to make, yeah, let's try something. Let's say that I'm going to create a new blueprint function library. BPFN FL, and this will be signal helpers. All right. And let's say that what we're going to do here is the new function will be try cast, and we'll just call it switch signal. Okay. And what I would like it to be is that we take in as input some kind of interaction signal, right? And this will be just an object reference. And then we're gonna try to cast to switch signal. Okay, I'm gonna try to take this. And if it succeeded, we return it. Otherwise, we say false. Gosh, that kind of sucks too. This would need to be macro no matter what, I guess. Because the thing is that if I'm gonna add the return node, the only things that I'm able to return is either bool or false or something. So that kind of sucks. Let's do it like that. We're gonna get rid of this signal helpers here, and we're gonna create a new blueprint macro library, which will be macros for parent class. So the parent class here may Parent class for macro is the classes where we can call that macro, right? Not on what we can call that macro. So let's just say that this is for object. We could call it anywhere, right? BPML signal helpers. Can we do that? So new macro will be try get switch signal. I'm just experimenting, seeing what's possible, what's not. I haven't done a lot with Unreal Engine in a long time. So interaction signal comes in as input. So this will be the signal. As output, we'll have 3 options. Exec, which will be a success. And then we're gonna have the BP underscore switch. Come on. Switch signal. All right. And that will be an object reference. And this will be the switch signal. I can probably mark it without a space. Yeah. And then the last one will be basically fail, which will be, and again, exec. Something like that. And then we're basically gonna need to add an input as an exec. Okay. So it'll be exec. I think that's the default name. So we're gonna try to cast to BP switch signal. If it's okay. Really, I'm just literally doing the same thing. What the heck? What's the point of this? What? Oh, the point of that is that instead of sending the switch signal, I can also extract the actual value, right? So it will be the what was I calling it? Let's call it type. This will be e-signal, e-switch signal type. There we go. So we can just additionally do get signal type and just plop it here. Wait. Where's the value? Oh, not signal type. What did I call it? Switch type. Get switch type. Plug it in here. So in theory, I wouldn't even need to include the switch signal itself. I just return that. Okay. I save it. I mean, this is just a little bit, right? Not much. But in theory, in the test engine, I should be able to figure that out, right? If switch, then it will be try get switch signal, right? And I either have it and continue with it, or I don't and I do fail and maybe try something else. And I could just make a little column of those. Doable to some extent. It's just I'm really not sure how that would work in practice. I know that I could make much nicer macro in C++, but I don't have skills right now. So I'm not sure. Yeah, one could just do this to even ignore switching on name, because the only thing we care about is this switch signal. So we try to cast to it, and if if it worked, we just do switch on this, and we already have pre-populated values, right? So I'm just gonna delete. Wait, turn on goes here. Turn off goes here. And toggle goes here. All right, so I delete this part and just call it like that. Okay, that is doable. I mean, that could be even extended by the macro itself to already include those, but that'll be more maintenance, because if we're gonna modify that enum, things will get more complicated. But that is a start. Yeah, that is a start. Is there like a sequence, but with a break? Because that would be fun to have a sequence, but with a break. I guess we don't have that. Because I know that there will be some elements that would take various possible functions or something. Let's just see what it looks like from the perspective of the player controller. I mean, in this case, player character, where we have this implemented. Because right now we have make interaction signal, and just for all actors that listen, just send it. Can I do something like signal? Wait, switch signal? Mm-mm. So we would basically need to have yet another special thing where we somehow create it. But spawn, the spawn actor from class, object from construct object from class. There we go. And I want class, what was it? Switch signal. Okay. Which one, right? That works. And we've got a value. Oh. Yeah. And instead of transmit interaction, oh, we have transmit interaction signal, and we just pass it on here. Okay. I see. This is something doable. Again, one could wrap it in macros to have a lot easier time with a bunch of this stuff. Like, instead of just having transmit interaction signal, I could just make a new macro, which will be transmit switch signal. Nothing crazy here. And input will be very simple. Sender. Wait, how do I have it? I have sender, receiver, and payload. Sender, actor. So this will be actor reference. Then we've got the receiver actor. And we have the payload. In this case will be signal, and I'll just have it what is it? Switch signal or something like that. There we go. Just those three inputs, and output will be simply received. just like the other one. What would that look like? Yeah, received. There we go. So all that we would need to do now is to do some more things. Construct that switch signal and send it. Oh, and we need exec. Come on, move it. How do I move it up? What the heck? Can I just exec go up? There we go. All right, and outputs, of course, have to have exec too. Out. I don't even know how to name them. There are some special fancy names for those. So we just do transmit interaction signal. Bam. We have sender, we have receiver, and that payload. Yeah, that's it. There are two different, yeah. Cool. So in our character, we can just do transmit switch signal, right? And we could just say which one, like toggle. And that could be just for one thing. But in our case, we would want to just straight up do it for multiple actors. So we just grab all the actors of class for each. We're going to transmit the signal. And array element will be the receiver. Sender will be self. And signal will be toggle. Okay. So nothing could stop me also from going back here and create transmit switch signals. And I could actually just duplicate this one. But instead of receiver actor, we would just make it receiver actors, and that will be an array. And the only difference here is that when sender goes the same spot, right? Yeah. For each. Signal goes here. And instead of straight out, we don't even do this. We just complete it. There we go. Save. So I could go transmit. Wait, this would be here. Transmit, switch signals. Sender will be self. And that's it, right? Just like that. Get all the actors and transmit switch signals to toggle. Compile, save. Will that work? H. Works. Okay. So I kind of started rebuilding the whole interaction stuff that I did for the other stuff, and now there's no point of using C++. This is pretty much as much coding as in there. I would just need to figure out how to make those without playing with macros. I mean, to transmit switch signal, right? I needed to define it here because I defined the type in blueprints. Okay, that's the only reason. Because if it wasn't in blueprints, nothing stops me from just making this. The only tricky stuff was try get switch signal, which means that I need to pass it something, signal, and it tries to cast it, and then depending on success or fail, it gets me somewhere else. But it would be so much nicer to do it maybe a little bit different ways. Yeah, I mean, I can see it happening to some extent. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible to do it in C++. I wonder if I could actually do something like that, because there's the C++ header preview. Can I select the signal helpers? Ha, that's all it is. U class signal helpers, public U object. Great, that didn't help much. Yeah, well, test engine is just straight up different. Okay, so I can't do anything about that. But hey, we got somewhere, right? We've got our signal. We can move them around. I like this kind of idea of passing information such a way. And we have the basic check where we can just send, just name signals or whatever. And we call it an interaction. So let's try to do something very simple like that in C++. How would I do that then? Because I would like to create like a basic interaction thing, basic interaction signal. So yeah, add. I'm gonna stop the whole engine, okay, in the background. So let's do add Unreal class, and I'm gonna inherit from. Is there a search box for this thing? All classes. Interaction signal. Okay. And the name of it will be basic interaction signal. It's a stupid name, I know. So we're inheriting from the interaction signal. That means we already have let's compile it. We already have a name of the type of the signal. So maybe we could add on top of that a second name for data. It kind of feels like I'm pushing it in the wrong direction. Because what, we have a switch and then another switch? Gosh, that kind of sucks. Yeah, it sucks greatly. Okay, let's prototype it something else. I'm gonna leave that for now. Or will I? Yeah, let's delete that thing. We can, this is just a few clicks. I'll delete that, and can I rebuild it? Will it complain? It won't complain. Oh, cannot open include file. This. Where do you see it? I just deleted it. Oh, because we have CPP somewhere. It shoved itself here. Look at that. There we go. Recompile. And it should be happy. So I'm gonna try to prototype the similar thing, but the idea with the simple struct. So let's add, because we have Unreal class. How the heck do you define structs? I forgot about that. let's see here. If I'm going to go to this thing, use struct. Okay, these are just identifiers, but this is a use struct, right? So this thing, struct, it needs to have use struct on top. Right? Has native break. We don't care about that part. And we generate it, and we have just the properties. Yeah. And that's it. Okay. Has native break. Lets you specify static U function to use instead of default behavior when user chooses to break a struct. By default, all properties marked as blueprint read only or blueprint read write will be present in the node. Okay, so I'm happy with the default behavior. That's the whole idea, to have the simple one. So I don't make it as a new class. What the hell do I make it as? New what? Let's make a new struct, and the name of the struct will be, we start with F. F basic interaction. Okay. So we need the uStruct. uStruct. And we blueprint type. Okay. Do we have anything else? How do I specify normally the categories? Class group? Probably not. We probably don't have class group in here. Huh. Don't know. I really don't know. So let's just call it blueprint type, okay? And here I should be able to, what, generate body and then properties here. Okay. So public will be, we will have just a few simple properties. So let's give it an additional F name for data, name data, okay? Just something like that. And this will be, what can we do here? Blueprint read write. There we go. Added anywhere, sure. Category is interactions, sure. Whatever. Can I just shove in a category here? Please let me shove in a category there. What's gonna happen if I'm gonna try to build it now? It's gonna just freak out or something? Huh. Missing type specifier. Number 6. Oh no. There we go. How do I make a use struct? Well, let's start with proper or AI search. There we go. How do I add a use struct in my C++ code base in Unreal Engine? I must be just missing some simple step. So it suggests the same thing. It just includes those core minimal U object X no export types and your class name. Oh, we need that part. I see. Okay. That might just fix everything. I don't think we need that. And my class name will be this. Let me just make sure that it's the synonym. Oh, without the prefixes. Please rebuild it. Please register that there is something there. Come on. How to add new use struct C++ Unreal Engine. There'll be a million questions like that. Not new instance. How to create simple use struct. Use prefix of f. Shouldn't use native CPP types. Should be declared like this. That's how we have it declared. Yeah, let's start a video of super loud music. Great idea. So what do? Yeah, Visual Studio. Go to source. Sure. Wait, this is. Oh. Project name generated. What the heck? Why does he define it there? Generated struct body. How many years is that? 5 years ago. Declaring is struct. Locate the E struct 0h. Upload and forget. Name it. So I need to define structs inside there. I can define it as a separate file. Um. Define use struct C++ under engine separate file. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. How to create a structure in a separate file? Static object library. What the heck? To store all my structs so they can be used in any class, my entire code base. Okay, this is an unexpected obstacle, to be honest. I didn't know that adding a struct in Unreal Engine will be so much work. Right. Just some random wiki. Struct. Example. Prepend a macro. I'm sure you have this. The use struct cannot be declared within the scope of another class or struct. Yeah. Structures in C++. There's. Oh no, that's not that documentation. I hope that will be official documentation. Structs cannot be used inside classes. Keep in mind that use structs cannot be used inside classes. To make a struct into a use struct, the heck is going on? Nothing works. Yeah, we can't build a project like that. So let's try a different approach. Let's I made that too. Let's delete this part. Okay. Let's rebuild. It should build now. No problem. I'm gonna try to create it from within Unreal Engine. But Sonnet tells me Unreal Engine will only say like, oh wait, you need to create a new class. No wonder I gave up on learning Unreal Engine like 5 times already. Okay, so this new C++ class. So this literally just create a class. All classes, static. Oh, the static object something. Okay. I don't know how to make a struct in C++. This is ridiculous. Let's just see if we can find another video. Let's just go straight up to youtube.com. Use struct Unreal. Wait. Use struct Unreal Engine C++. What the heck? Let me share the audio view.
And once those two enemies had been defeated, the door would open. And that is exactly the room over. Adding widgets, adding more about just make a bunch of floats. We need plus, but then same thing here. And we're going to be declaring a U struct, in which we can also specify that this has to be a blueprint type. That way we can also access this through a blueprint, which is quite nice. From there, we can just make a struct by saying struct.
So I need to define it alongside our class, really?
So we need to put in this generated body stuff here. And there we can just put in.
I guess that's what it is. I just need to define it somewhere alongside something that exists already. That's not fun. So what do I choose? Because I have interaction signal, I wanted some basic interaction. Well, let's just try to plop it here for now and see what happens. Okay. Sure. Struct basic interaction. What did the guy show in the video? Yeah. Oh, wait. You don't even give it a name?
In a bunch of variables. So we can make a public section and make a U property to read this after off. And we need to give this struct a name. A struct type needs to this character stats and
okay. Sure, this should be good enough. Use struct blueprint type, yes, and generated body, public, and we'll just make this f name data, name data. Then we're gonna have another one, which will be maybe something like 32 and data. Load data, there we go. We'll just make it double so it's compatible with the other stuff. And full data we could. Sure. Let's just do that and see what on earth is gonna happen. If I'm going to probably the whole thing is just gonna freak out because build failed. Missing type specifier line 10. Line 10. Of course it's missing type specifier. Let's stop it. And maybe it's gonna get regenerated or something. Let me just check. Have this struct. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And that's it. I mean, it looks exactly the same. And wait. Because I'm doing a CPP, I'm just, oh my god. One day, C++ is going to kill me. Save. Let's hope that we can at least build it. Okay, we're able to build it. That's progress. Okay. So I'm going to go to the player character. Basic interaction. Make it. Okay. We've got the name data, int data, flow data, and bool data. So we can make it and do stuff here, right? So this is blueprint friendly. Just not necessarily pretty. But at the same time, it's kind of easier than dealing with a bunch of inheritance. So maybe for just making sure that I can make a game for now, I could just use something of that sort. I would just add a few extra data types and that's it. I mean, I have separate signals for other stuff. I wonder if for all of those signals that I already have in those transceivers, I'm only sending the actual value. But what if I would always include a name with that? So just the value could get some kind of context with it. And if it doesn't have to specifically, whatever, if the receiver doesn't really care about the name and every integer will take the same way, I could just not use it. And this way will be kind of cleaner to deal with them. I really don't know. This is not trivial problem. But what do I want to do in a game normally? So if I'm gonna get back here, I'm just gonna play, right? So the normal in the game, what will be happening is that, whoa, where did those angles come from? Weird hook. So the whole idea is that in a game you run around. I should be able to pick them up. They are so light that when I touch them, they just go flying. I should be able to pick up items, have them in my inventory, right? So it'll be action pick up. Action press a button. And that will be the player interactions, okay? So I could probably have a concept of player interaction or something that is, that simple. Just use, or I know a different button will be kick or something. That will be probably just use and I don't know. Maybe depending on which tool I'm holding, it'll be something different applied, maybe with some additional value, right? And that's pretty much it. So that will be our basic versatile action. And then what could happen is that those interactions could be used to link together various elements, right? Like the engine is supplying something with something. But those systems behind the scenes, I don't think they will be using much of those interactions. The most complex, I mean, where those interaction will come in handy is where, oh, it's gonna display a little button next to the door so I can open it, or I can just point at the door, hit E to use it to open it. And that's pretty much it. Okay, I think that solves the problem. We're just gonna have the basic usage interaction, and that's it. Yeah, that's gonna be the simplest. What I'm gonna do is inside the temp, we have the signal helpers, right? I'm gonna leave that here. For now, I'm just gonna leave it inside the temp as well, because I don't think there's any harm to it. I'm just gonna get rid of all those funny usages of those, so that we don't have reference to that here. I can, inside the engine, we're gonna get through that in a different way. We're gonna develop that in a second. And what else do we have here in test? Switch signal. Yeah, we should. I'm gonna leave it for now as a reference for just in case we need it in the future. For now, what we can do is we can finish off the idea of this basic interaction signal. So let's name it something different. Not basic interaction. Let's call it something like player interaction. Or I like to call it direct interaction, okay? Because this is the player directly interacting. This is the player actually pressing the button and, you know, directly interacting with the world. So we're gonna have that direct interaction. And I would like to also have an enumeration of what kind of interaction that is, because it's one thing to pass it as, okay, it's name with that, but then you have to spell that every time. So what I would like to do is figure out how to add enum. Yeah, how do I add an enum now? I guess it will be exactly the same way as here, not on its own. So if I can go to enum and meta, do we have an example of that here? Not really. Oh, there we go. There's an example of enum. I'm gonna read through things, how to go through them in a second. So let's just add enum. And should it be U for enum? Really? It should be E. Oh, because we have a concept of enum classes, right? I recall reading that. It was somewhere here in coding standards. Strongly typed enums. So now you basically strongly type them. And if you want them exposed to blueprints, you need to have them as the type. Oh, seriously? Zooming in just scrolls the whole website. There we go. They need to be as U and 8 to be compatible with blueprints. So we're just gonna use this part, and this should be good enough for our use case, okay? So it'll be E direct interaction type. There we go. So first type will be use, okay? And I really don't have any idea of what else it's gonna be. For now, it's just use, and that's it. So we can make that our first U property will be direct interaction type, which is the type, okay? That's it. And all those other ones will be basically extras that, depending on what actions we want to perform, they can have some value, they don't have to have value. So I'm going to go straight up. We don't have name data, and all the other ones will be just left empty. So we have some kind of integer, we have a double, we have a bool. I'm gonna put a bool over those so that, you know, we can quickly get to true false. And I would also like to add, and not f string, not things of that sort. I just want to pass the f vector, okay, and potentially rotator, sure. No text, no others, no such things. An actor. Okay? Actor data, view object, a new class. There we go. Nothing more. It's ugly as heck. But no, because use action will be just press. We already passed information who performed the action. We could potentially reuse it for something else. If we would be shooting with something or whatever, we would probably just pass in either a number as an identification or some kind of flow data as to depict, how much damage this is or how strong this thing was, and potentially a vector and nothing else. I don't think we even need a vector. If we'll need it, we can add it, okay? So just that. If something is true or not, if this or that, and a name, which will be probably the most useful because, or maybe the least, I don't know, and a type, and that's it. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Simple, right? So if we have that, let's just define that type of interaction, okay? So will be not 3 params, or maybe we're gonna do 3 params. Why not? It will be we have the actor as sender, interaction signal. No, this will be the U basic, F basic, F direct, F direct interaction. Direct interaction. Where did it go? Oh, I defined it below it. I defined before it all. So I'm actually going to define it some kind of between. Okay. So we've got F direct interaction. And we don't need a pointer to it. This is just a value, right? We copy it around. And that'll be the value. And then F name signal type name? No, not really. The only thing we want here is the potentially to switch over some other stuff. Potentially. That would be the most common use case. So I would actually like to do it this way. So it'll be this, and this will be interaction type. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is doable. And this will be F on direct interaction signal. Received. There we go. Whew. And this one we're just gonna wait, plop all the way up there. There we go. It gets messy, but oh well. So in that case, I'm gonna need to define it down here, which will be the direct interaction signal. Okay, transmit the direct interaction signal to an actor. Transmit it, sender, receiver, payload. Correct. And receive direct interaction signal. Mm-hmm. Okay, that sounds good. Hey, Taras, how are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you have some energy left today. Okay, so if we have that, I can try to attempt to, or more appropriately, if I have this defined, I can let AI implement it for me here, because all I'm doing is just press tab and verify. Transmit direct interaction signal. We have sender, receiver, and payload. That's correct. Just send it there. Okay. And receive it. There we go. And yeah. Do we have it as type? Let me see. Do we have it defined actually as type? Yes, we have it defined actually as type. Huh. Forgot about that. Says doing good. What about you? Well, I'm doing well. I'm fighting with Unreal and C++, so I'm as fine as I can be. I'm not crying yet. Taras says, today I realized that my manager is not a very smart person, and I should have noticed that way sooner. By the way, did you know that SQLite is public domain? Public. Oh, I didn't know uh, they had patents, or they just lost the patents or something. I'm not sure. I just know that it's a massive open source project, and they have their own whatever 10 commandments. I listened to some podcast with some creators of it. It's surprisingly how large the project is, and how many tests they have to be compliant with everything. It's just so much. So what do you mean that they're public domain? They just became, or they always were? Payload could be const. Why not? We won't be changing anything in there, right? Yeah. We're doing it down here. Gosh, it's so horrible to scroll through. Is not implemented. Receive interaction. Oh, direct interaction. There we go. So it's possible that it's gonna compile when I click compile, right? Okay, it actually happened. It compiled. Oh, it's their license as opposed to Apache MIT GPL. Huh, go figure. I had no idea. I never checked their license, to be honest. Okay, public domain. At least they're not blocking other people to implement things in a similar way, right? So if they're gonna find the most... oh, hell, CPN. Huh. I mean, it's kind of awesome that it's public domain, because that means that if they will find the, you know, like the super optimal way to solve some kind of problem, everyone else can just literally copy paste the code and just use it and be happy about it and not think about it. Huh. Interesting. Okay, we compiled the code, so let me just see how it would be to send that signal from here. Yeah. How do I do that? So if I'm gonna go to our player character for now, I can do the same thing, right? E key. We have debug E key. Yeah, debug E key. When I press it, I want to get all actors of class test engine, right? Just like before. We just get all the classes, and then for all actors, I want to transmit. Oh, we have switch signals. Transmit direct interaction signal. Oh, right, because we need to do it for loop, right? For each, okay, and we transmit the receiver, sender stays self, and payload will be constructed. Okay, and we can do make direct interaction, right? And we can, oh, look at that. So we just by default have type and name. While additionally, we can open up and have more data here, right? So we just want to use and we don't pass any additional data. Great. Okay, that looks relatively simply to send, right? Just like that. Let's send it and that's it. So what we could do now is in our engine, instead of those weird switches and whatnot, we just do signal transceiver and we click on direct interaction signal. Where did it add our thing? It didn't add our thing? What? Click. Oh, now it added it. Okay. So we can either break it here, right, to get the data, or we can even go fancy and just split struct in here and just avoid all this stuff. And type, we just switch here basically, right? Switch. Oh, we probably can't switch on this thing because it's built in. Huh. So we need to find some enum stuff. And that says, I wish they were AGPL. Yeah, CPN says, I think they want SQLite to be simple and pure. That says, you know what? You can take public domain SQLite and some awesome features and make it AGPL. Oh, what license does libsql have? libsql. I don't know which would be libsql. Interesting. Libsql license. MIT. Okay. If it's public domain, well, nothing stops you from making your own version of SQLite and charging for that, right? But you can't take over somebody's project, so somebody else's project, so no need to worry about it going weird. Alrighty. So we can receive that, and basically here, depending, because we've got value type. How do I make it so that I can actually switch over that thing? Where is it? Transceiver component. We've got our enum. What are the values? Blueprint type, of course. And category interactions. Do we have anything else here for that? Flags specifies that enum represents a set of flags. No. But display name, enumeration, documentation policy, friendly name. Early access preview. And blueprintable, that one work for blueprints. I mean, for enums. Let's see if this changes anything. All right. I probably stopped the engine, and I probably didn't hit save. Ay. When will I learn? Okay, so that built. Let's see if that actually fixes our issue where we couldn't switch over the enum. And Sabine is asking, what are you doing in Unreal Engine 5 right now? Well, I'm working on ways to interact with items so that I can make it as easy as possible in future game development. So right now I'm just checking if I can receive interactions because I made a component signal transceiver on which I can receive on direct interaction signal. And we've got the value. I can split it into whatever's inside of it, can I now switch over this? Yes. So we have only used interaction signal right now, so kind of pointless. But the whole idea is that, let me just, I see. I could then plug it in here. So right now I want a situation where I'm just gonna plop it to toggle, which will be here for now, okay? So the whole idea is that when the player walks around, right, I want to be able to, I don't know, walk up to this, press E to open an interface, right? So just press E to interact. Maybe I want to press E to pick one of those up, right? They're very light right now. Or maybe I want to be able to go hit E or something to open and close the door. In the future, maybe I'll have some kind of tool, like a repair tool, like a wrench or something, where I would like to hold button on this and keep sending signals to that engine that's being repaired and something of that sort. So I'm trying to figure out a simple way to do that with one system where I can just transfer those signals as easy as possible. Right now, if I hit E, these switch, so the signal is actually being sent. So what is happening in the player, inside the player, I set it up so that when I press the E key, I get all those engines that exist in the level right now, and I loop over them and basically call transmit direct interaction signal. So this is my stuff. I made this thing that can basically transfer stuff to specific actors and have a payload that is this direct interaction that I can specify what kind of type. Right now it's only use, and specify some other things. Maybe on name data, I'm gonna say that it's toggle, right? It's gonna just send toggle or something. And yeah, this way I can do some kind of stuff with it. I mean, normal use would be that I don't need to specify anything. All right. So it sends that interaction, and then basically here on this engine end, the whole idea is that it needs to have signal transceiver to receive those signals. And we can just have an event that, okay, when this signal happened, take all the data that there is, and I can do something about it. So in this case, if it's just use, I can straight up start toggling. Because here I had code to receive, different kind of signal that can do some other stuff and whatnot. But it deemed a little bit too complex, too much work, I'd say. So I kind of like this one. Yeah. This goes away, and we have this not very useful code. So if that works, maybe I should start making this thing where I can directly interact with stuff that I will actually look at. Okay. Yeah. So let's create a new component. We're gonna do it in blueprints because it's gonna be just way easier for me. So in core, this will be purely player based. Okay. So inside the player, I'm just gonna create new blueprint class, and this will be scene component. Scene component, BP, let's call it, I'm just call it the same way I had named in one package that was selling at some point, trace interactor. So the role of this component will be so that I can attach it to the player, and it's gonna shoot a ray at whatever direction we're looking at right now, because it's gonna get attached to the camera. And if it hits something, it checks if this thing actually can accept interactions. And if it does, it will allow you to get some information about it. Should we show something? I want to be able to highlight it and then actually interact with it. So we'll have event tick, and we'll probably have event begin play. So let's think. This trace interactor, every tick I want to Um, what was the name of it? Not cast. Sphere overlap, sphere trace by channel, I guess. Channel will be visibility, so whatever it's visible. And this should let us just shoot array. So the whole thing is that we need to figure out from where we want to shoot that ray and in what direction. So because this is going to be a scene component, that means I can attach it to something and it will have its own thing. So the start point will be literally get world location, because we start from wherever the component is. The end will be another vector, so from where to where I'm running the trace. So we need to get the direction where the component is looking at and multiply it times some length. So we can get direction rotator forward, get forward vector. That was it. So we can get forward vector, which is basically vector of which direction is forward, which I believe it's positive x axis. And then it's guaranteed that this is a normalized vector, so its length is 1. So I can basically create a variable, which I will call trace distance. And we're gonna make it a float. Okay, and we're gonna make it available to adjust. So I can get that and basically multiply this by the vector. Okay, so we're gonna multiply by a scalar. So the end will be basically add where we started with that offset. So we just do this one plus this one, and this will be our end. Radius, because it's a sphere, we're casting a sphere instead of just thin line. This is a little bit more advanced. We're gonna make it maybe something like 3 or something, whatever, 3 centimeters radius. So yeah. Visibility trace complex, no. Actors to ignore, no now. And draw debug type, ignore self, of course. And yeah, debug type, let's do for duration. There we go. So every frame now will be basically shooting a ray. Let me see if everything's fine with video. Looks fine on my end. Oh. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. So let's just save it. So if I'm gonna go to the player character, okay, I can basically add the trace interactor. I'm gonna attach it to the camera at position 0, 0, 0. And I'm gonna move it just a little bit forward. So basically the ray will be coming out straight for the center of the camera, which is the center of the screen. So I'm gonna save, compile, and run the game. You can see that I'm shooting out a ray that is length of 0 because I forgot to set it. So inside our player character, in trace interactor, we made that variable. Trace distance, let's make it 200, like 2 meters. I mean, that's far away, but it will help us reach the floor or something. So let's play again. And you can see now that nothing has changed. What the heck? Something's not right. Trace distance. Yeah. Times this forward vector. What the heck? Oh, now it looks okay. See? When I look at the wall, you can see that it's shot through it, but it's green because it actually hit it. And that's it. That works. So now the thing will be to basically detect when we hit something check what we hit, and can we interact with it? Okay. So let's make like a simplified version of it. So I'm gonna reformat it. So what we're doing here is basically should the trace. I'm actually going to simplify it a little bit. I mean, make it less taxing because I kind of like to. Yeah, there's no need to check it 60 times per second. So let's make it delay. Trigger perform a latent action with a specified second. Calling again while it's counting down will reset the countdown to duration. No, just delay. So we want to delay it by I don't remember how that works. Let's say 0.2 seconds, or let's do 1 second, just to be exaggerated. And then call it. What the hell's gonna happen? Okay, see, just 1 per second. So that's how often it will be checking for me for interactions. So what I could do, instead of doing like 60 times per second, or if somebody runs on a 144 hertz motor or something, it will be checking it 144 times per second, which is just ridiculous. Let's just make it, I don't know. How many times? 1 second divided by 20 times per second, right? Okay, that will be already an improvement. Or maybe just 60 divided by 15. Wait, 1 divided by 15. Okay, that kind of thing. 15 times a second. Play. And I think that's already enough. Yeah, let's make it 20. There we go. Something like that. At least it's, way less than normally would be. So that we, in case we're doing something complicated there, it's gonna be a little bit less, right? It's not a wall of stuff anymore. So that's good. So now that we have that, we'll just add comment, trace for objects, right? For visibility. Visibility collisions. Okay? So this is that part. Then what we have to do, basically, if we have a hit, right? True if there was a hit. So if there's a hit, we're going to continue. If not, we just, we're not doing anything else. So if there was a hit that we actually hit something, what we can do is get that actor and check if it contains the trace interactor. No, if it has the signal transceiver. Because if something has a signal transceiver, that means that it can receive signals. So what we can do is take the out hit, break it into smaller things, which, hey, you are not supposed to contain those nodes. So basically we have a lot of values here, right? So what we care about is basically the actor that we hit. We don't care if we hit just a component of an actor or something, just the whole actor. So we take the actor and get components by class. Okay. So we can get the transceiver, signal transceiver component. All right. So if basically we'll have a list of those signal transceivers, what I want to do is just get one. Okay. Can I do get component by class? There we go. Transceiver. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna get this thing, and basically, this could be valid or not, because there might be a situation we don't have. So into check is valid. Okay. So if we hit something, we check if it has the component, the whatever single transceiver component. And if it has, we can do something. If it doesn't have anything, again, we just ignore it because we didn't hit anything that would be, viable. So let me actually do it this way. I'm gonna grab those here while I'm gonna put that one in here. So this here will be get transceiver. And if it has the transceiver, then we can actually call an action up on it. So if it's valid, we can just get the transceiver, which is, transmit direct interaction signal. Okay, so we can just transmit that. And what is the payload? In our case, it will be just straight up use. Just use, because we pressed E. This is use. It doesn't have any additional information about the thing. And who's the receiving actor? The receiving actor is the one that we just hit. Bam. So it'll be send signal. Just like that, we should have it possible that whenever we send use signal, it will work. But right now it's unhappy. Why is it unhappy? Blueprint self is not actor. Therefore, sender actor must have a connection. Oh, sender actor needs to be owner. Get owner. There we go. Owner is basically the actor that owns the component. Compile, save. And now what we should be able to do is, whoa, it sends the signal automatically. See how it's kind of different? It's blinking because 20 times per second it sends a signal and this receives it. Just zoop, zoop, zoop. I'm trying to hit it just once because it's toggling like crazy. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Toggled it. So yeah, that's that. It works. As in we can send a signal. But now the idea would be that the whole idea is that, we as a player, there are few ways to interact with something. Because right now, it's just, I'm looking at it, it's toggling itself. I want to toggle it only when I press a button, okay? So the whole idea here is that what I could do instead is that when I hover over something that's interactable, I just save it as something highlighted, right? Just like you have a button, when you move your mouse over the button, it just highlights it, right? So this is very similar. I want to highlight this one, I want to highlight this one, because I'll be interacting with only one object at a time, at least with this look at something manner. So my component should keep track of what I have selected. So when I press a button, I will call interaction on that thing that I already have selected. I don't need to do any checks. I know that it was already vetted and it's there. I can just make sure that it's still there, because there's a slight situation that I selected something, a frame has passed, and that thing got deleted in that frame, and in the next frame, still no next interaction, no next check was fired on it. I'm gonna press my E button and we'll try to interact with it while it's already non-existent. So that's that. The other thing is that we could have another separate signal type that basically says, hey, you know what, this thing that hey, you are being selected right now, or something like that. Basically, hey, I'm looking at you, maybe you want to do something about it, show menu, or maybe do something else. So that's another thing that we could do. So now with trace interactor, we can basically add a new variable, which will be highlighted actor. And I also want to have a transceiver. Okay? Because I can store both. So it'll be actor reference. Okay? And the transceiver component reference. Okay? So these are the two things that I could what? It grouped itself as components. What? So weird. I'm just gonna make a separate thing called highlight or something. Will that work? There we go. Highlight. We have those two, and trace. This will be basically category trace. Tracing, because we might have some more options in the future. So basically, instead of sending the signal, when we get the transceiver, what we want to do is set the highlighted actor and set the highlighted transceiver. So if it's valid, we just do both. The actor is our out hit. Wait, this one here. While the component, the transceiver component, is this one. Okay? So we just do that. And then we also want to send the kind of, highlight thing. So I would have a comment here, send highlight signal. Okay? But for now, I'm just gonna keep it as, okay, we've got this thing here. This is more like a to-do. Okay. There we go. This will be our to-do. Oh, now it stopped having nice color. That's funny. For a second I had fun little color. But yeah, so this is basically save the highlight, and therefore, instead of us sending the signal straight away, what we can do, we can just create a new function, which we'll call, do we want it to be, no, wait, do we want it to be function, or do we want it to be just an event? Because when we hit E, we're gonna send that signal, but we're not going to get anything back. So we can just have an event, just define new event, I believe. CPN is asking, how do you like JetBrains Rider? I love JetBrains Rider. This is my main IDE. Nothing better for C# and Unreal Engine. Yeah, my favorite IDE. By far. So let's create custom event. Add custom event. There we go. So our custom event, we're gonna just name it as interact. Sure. Interact. And we're just gonna, as input, I want to specify direct interaction structure. Okay. So this will be the payload. Okay. Additionally, I'm just gonna create a new event type, which will be like a simplified version. Add custom event, which will be interact simple, which will just take direct interaction type instead. Okay. Interaction type. There we go. So if it's interaction type, we need to basically make interaction signal? No. Make direct interaction. Yeah, there we go. Type goes here. There we go. And then we can just add our send signal. I lost my clipboard, but oh well. Transmit direct interaction signal. And I mean, this needs to happen. First some checks need to happen, but we're gonna get there. So transmit direct interaction signal. Sender actor will be basically get owner. And receiver actor will be the highlighted actor. Okay, just like that. In theory, we could just send it straight to the transceiver, but we already have a code that will kind of take care of it on its own, so we don't need to worry about it. And the same code will be executed here. I want to just add a branch to make sure that the highlighted actor is valid. Okay, so I want to check if it's valid. If it's valid, then we're gonna execute it. Otherwise, we're not executing the interaction because we shouldn't be executing anything on something that's invalid. But the only thing is here that depending on this, we need to either set the payload or not. Ugh. I can't make a local variable. Oh, that sucks. Let's just copy paste the code, right? Nothing helps. Nothing hurts in having some code duplication for now. Like this and like that, and that should make it possible. So this will be, I mean, send interaction. There we go. And CPN says Rider is better than VS 2022 for C#2. Oh, by far. VS, I mean, Visual Studio is slow. It's really slow. Even though recent years it's speeding up, it's really slow. And JetBrains, you know, for Visual Studio, for you have ReSharper, which just adds so many checks, so many hints, so many, you know, like best practice things on top of things. And this is like, you know, I think there's like ReSharper++ for C++, for example. So this is like Visual Studio with already that, but it doesn't make it slower. And it's just really pleasant to work with, you know. Visual Studio is good if you have a gigantic enterprise thing and you need to super tightly integrate with a lot of stuff. And we have a chat that I probably missed a long time ago. We have on Twitch, Olana says, I'm sure that I heard an accent somewhere else. Yes. Pozdrowienia ze Stanów. We have a Polish viewer. But the Discord invite is expired. Oh no. Why is that happening? Because I'll need to fix that after the stream, I guess, or I'll just plug it in here. I don't know what's going on with those Discord things because I try to share it, I say it never expire, and then it expires. Where is it? Invite people. Edit invite link. Expires never. Generate new link. I'm gonna send a link to you there. Yeah, I don't have any bots or anything set, so I don't have any commands. This is like a bare bones stuff. And I don't know why the links are expired. Let me just double check. I mean, it generated exactly the same link for me now, so I'm not sure. Weird. shows, generated the same link. So I don't know if it's expired or not. Okay, not from Poland after all. All right. So what on earth are we doing here? Okay, so we've got our custom stuff here. So in our player character, we can go to event graph, and when we have the E key, instead of just magically doing stuff, we can just go and say, hey, trace interactor, interact, simple. I just want to call the use, and it's gonna interact with whatever trace interactor is looking at right now. So I'm gonna save it, compile, and I should be able to just look at things, right? And I press E and switch. Press E and switched. There we go. E, E. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I'm switching this one now. I'm switching this one now. But if I'm gonna move away, it still has it selected. So if I press E now, it's still switching the old one. So that's something that we need to take care of. All right, CPI needs to go. See you later then. Have a good time, whatever you're doing. Okay, so that part works. So now we can move on and basically detect the moment that we stop detecting something to clear the highlighted actor and clear highlighted transceiver. So when we trace for visibility collisions and we didn't hit anything, we need to go and clear the stuff, right? So if we didn't hit anything, we want to basically, again, set the highlighted actor and transceiver to nothing. The question is, can I just set them to something like that? Will that be possible? Clear highlighted actors. Okay. Actor. It's just one. Alrighty. Let's see if that compiles or if it runs or it's just gonna freak out. Because I'm gonna do this, right? Can press E to switch it. I can do here, and E doesn't work anymore. Okay, so that works. So the only thing is now that if we hit something, but we couldn't get a transceiver in there, that means also it's nothing's highlighted. So we're gonna do the same thing. And this is starting to get like, a lot of code, just way too much. So instead of doing this whole thing, I'm gonna export this whole thing to a separate function, right? Of everything, I think collapse to function. There we go. Collapsing failed. Delay cannot be placed in a function graph. Oh, that's the thing. Delays are special where they cannot be inside a function. They can be only here on event graph. So we can just grab all this instead and hope for the best. Ah, another error. Delay. We have another delay there? Come on, unselect yourself delay. Oh, there we go. That looks better, right? So instead of new function will be trace. Trace. We might actually split it a bit more. Trace for interactors or interactive actor. Okay, trace for interactive actor. And what we're gonna do here is, yeah. So we're gonna do that. It's only this part. Well, this clear highlighted actor, we're gonna create another function which will be basically clear highlighted Highlighted. Gosh, some of those words are difficult. Clear highlighted. And we're gonna have no inputs here because all we want to do is just clear them. So right now we have just this part. Where'd it go? Right? We just clear them. Later we're gonna expand on it because we also want to check that if there is something being highlighted, we want to inform it that, hey, you're no longer highlighted. Stop, displaying the pop-up screen or something else. Okay, so we have this, and then we're gonna have something else, right? So we're gonna call the clear highlighted here for now. From here or from here. Then, wow, this is very weird routing. Then we have basically the thing to set the highlighted actor, okay? So in this case, we're gonna again make a new function, set highlighted, okay? And this will actually take an actor. So it'll be the actor. And we'll take the, what was it? Transceiver. Which will be the transceiver. Okay, so we've got that. So we can go here, grab those two, because again, this will eventually get to the point where, okay, we highlighted those. That means we need to inform that new highlighted actor that we highlighted it. But we're gonna get there. No worries. So we're gonna do set highlighted if it's all valid. And that means we are going to do what? This is the component transceiver, while the actor is all the way here. If we reformat it, it will be basically that's it. All right. So this looks a bit better, in my opinion. And what we can do is just add an extra thing, because if we set the highlighted, I would like to basically, few things need to happen when we set the highlighted. We need to send a signal to that item that we just highlighted that, hey, you're highlighted. Somebody's looking at you. Somebody is about to consider interacting with you. And then we have, and additionally, I would like this trace interactor to also dispatch events that, hey, new actor got highlighted. This old actor got, maybe the highlight changed from one actor to another, or maybe there's no more highlights anymore. Okay? Because this event, clear highlighted, will be only hit if we are no longer highlighting anything. Well, this set highlighted will be hit in two situations where we didn't have anything highlighted and we now look at something, or maybe we, within one frame, start looking from one actor to another and the highlight changed just without any situation of not having anything in between. So we need to create a few event dispatchers. One will be on, it will be on actor highlighted. Yeah, maybe we can just reduce it down to 2, okay? On actor highlighted or on actor what is the opposite of highlighted? Highlight end. So we have highlight start and end. Highlight Uh, highlight start. That would run for every actor, right? Maybe that will be enough. Yeah, maybe that will be enough. Let's just start with those. We'll see how we actually use them. So in clear highlighted, we would need to be able to basically call. Okay. And with this on highlight and I will also want to add some kind of, can I double click it or something? Yeah, I can inputs. What? What the heck? How does it have inputs? Oh, I can't add inputs and I can't add outputs. Why is it read only? How does it work? You delete. Because I want to be able to add stuff to it. Oh, here's inputs. New parameter. It's just hidden. So on start, we basically want to be just actor, okay? And transceiver. I'm just gonna grab those two here because I already have the single transceiver. Select it here, so this will be the actor. There we go. And the same thing here. Okay. Compile. So I can basically say on highlight end will be called right here. And I guess I would need to get those values ahead of time here. The good thing this is a function, so I can create basically local variables. So I can grab the, before I do something, I can get the highlighted actor and promote to local variable. So it'll be lost actor. And also gonna get the highlighted transceiver. And we're gonna set it as local variable called lost transceiver. So this way we kind of, get the temporary variables going. And we can plug them in here after we clear the main ones. We can simply say, hey, this is the actor that we lost, and this is the transceiver that we lost. And that's that. So yeah. Call on actor, highlight end. Beautiful. So we're gonna do something similar with set highlighted. And OLA says focus, unfocus, select, unselect, highlight, unhighlight, or maybe de-emphasize, diminish. Yeah, I previously, a long time ago, I was using select and unselect, and sometimes I looked at my code as like, what do you mean select? Right now, in this moment of working on it, it will be clear. Okay, so we selected. Well, because we're talking about it. But then a year later, it will be like, what do we select? And highlight just, instantly draws that conclusion like, oh, it's the thing that I'm looking at right now. Okay, instead set highlighted, what we're doing, we're setting the new actor. So we need to add some extra logic here that will basically detect if it's the same actor that we already had. If yes, don't do anything. If there was no actor, also don't do anything. But if it's a new actor, do something. So I would have local variables. So let's handle maybe the first one. The first one will be, the first case will be where we have something like, okay, we already had something selected, but now it's something different. So we can get the existing highlighted actor and we compare the new one to this one. So equal. If the new actor is equal to the existing actor. So if they are the same, Um, right? If they're the same, well, we don't need to do anything because we already have everything highlighted. We don't need to set anything. But if they are not the same, that means we need to do something special here. What happens if I compare them and they're invalid? So, we'll need to run the check anyway. So let's do this. If the already highlighted actor, we check if it's valid. Okay. If it's valid, great. We have something selected and we can go to that branch that checks if for some other stuff. Okay. But if it's not valid, that means that we don't have anything selected. So we don't even need to run this comparison. We just go straight to highlighting and saying that, okay, this is the new actor, blah, 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 right? So yeah. And after that, we'll be able to send the new thingy. Highlight start. And that will be the highlighted actor and highlighted transceiver. Okay. Just like that. If no prior highlight. Okay. And this one will be if something was previously highlighted. Okay. You know what? For clarity, because these lines are getting so long, we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna promote this to local variable, which we'll call wait, where's that being used? You delete. There we go. So actor promote to local variable, which will be new actor. Okay. Transceiver promote to local variable, which will be what? Promote to local variable. New transceiver. This way we'll just have an idea of, okay, this is the new one, this is the old one, and let's just connect them the way I like. Okay. And this way we can just disconnect them from here. So let's just call it save local. Okay. Just simple like that. So let's do it if nothing was highlighted. Okay. So if nothing was highlighted, we're gonna go straight to highlight new actor. Okay. Otherwise, wait. Okay, right? And otherwise, we're gonna basically check, is the new actor different? So just unplug all those. Such a mess. Damn new blueprints. So we get the new actor. So if check if actor changed. So if the actor did change, we'll need to deselect it first. And instead of actually selecting it, I'm just, well, we'll need to inform it that we deselected, right? So we're just gonna call that we deselected it. Okay, so it's true. we're gonna call actor highlight end. And that'll be the highlighted actor as, wait, input, right? Oh yeah, because those inputs, they get in here automatically. Or not, wait, the existing ones. Geez, I'm getting so confused. That's not good. It's simple logic. The select, what, on highlight. Previous actor. Okay. And from there, we can just say, hey, okay, we can highlight a new actor. So if the actor didn't change, then we're not doing anything because, nothing happened. Okay. That looks better. So set local variables, if nothing was highlighted, before, okay. If nothing was highlighted yet, just go there. Check if actor changed. If it did, do that. Unhighlight previous actor, highlight new actor. Okay, so that works. That's gonna work. The only thing is that this works for now only to inform the player character. Okay? So on the player character, I could basically say, hey, grab the trace interactor and on actor highlight start and on actor highlight end. So we can just do print string. Okay? And we're just gonna say highlighted. And we're gonna add, come on, we can add it here. Let's just add 3, do add. While here, if we deselected, we do whatever, remove or delete. Okay, add and delete. We'll just react to those two things. So let's see if that even works. We have delete every time. Seriously, we're calling that with deleted? Oh, wait a moment. Wait a moment. I see. So in our clear highlighted, we're just calling it every time because we're clearing it no matter what. So we want to call it that we cleared it only if it actually changed. So lost actor and lost transceiver. So what we could do is valid. So if this lost actor, wait, image, what the heck? This thing is valid. If the actor that was already highlighted, okay, is not valid, we just want to abort. Only when it's valid, we continue to get this one and then unhighlight it and everything. Because if we didn't have anything highlighted before, there's no point of going with that. And now we compile it and we shouldn't have that problem. Yeah, nothing there. When I do this, we're getting add a lot of times. And we didn't get delete a single time. Not good. Something's wonky. Can press E, nothing happens, which is good, right? And nothing happens now either. Oh no, I broke the whole thing. Oh no. What am I doing? Their character. I'm setting the interact simple, okay? Test engine, detect this, unuse, do your thing. So that's good. So that means in our trace interactor, let's just go to our trace, the whole trace thing. Because in even graph, we just have trace, okay? So in our trace, we get the thing, and if we didn't get it, we just clear it, okay? If we couldn't, get the thing, then we clear it. Otherwise, we just check if it's valid. If it's not valid, again, clear it. If it's valid, we set it as highlighted. Oh, we just never gave it the actor. Oh, now it's gonna work. Probably. Hopefully. Nothing. Keep adding and not deleting. But E doesn't work either. Okay, so not great. What the heck? We just check the other stuff because we have the whole interact. Wait, where did my interact stuff go? Oh, here. So my interact, if the highlighted actor is valid, transmit. Otherwise, if it's this one, it's the same thing. So if I play it here, right? I press this, it doesn't go past interact. Here, oh, still not valid. Okay, so I'm not setting it properly. Okay, I see. So it's definitely in set highlighted, right? So we saved a new actor, this and that. If nothing was highlighted yet, this. So how do I select those? Highlight new actor. Oh, I just don't have anything plugged. Ah, the new actor and a new transceiver. There we go. Let's just see the clear highlighted. That should be good. Okay, we might actually have it done. Add and delete non-stop. What the heck? We ended with a delete. We can switch it. Why is it adding and deleting itself non-stop? What? So in our set highlighted, I think we have some other problem. So we saved the local variables. If nothing was highlighted yet, so if the already highlighted actor is not valid, we just go and highlight a new actor, right? On actor highlight start. But in our case, something was already highlighted. So then we're checking. Did the actor change? So we actually need to plug in false in here rather than true. Because they're not equal. It changed. Therefore, then we unhighlight the previous one and select the new one, not the other way around. There we go. Okay, add, delete, add, delete. And here, when I go from this one to this one, we go to add and delete. It's interesting that we actually get add first. Oh no, because they are added on the bottom, right? So if we go from this guy instantly to this one, we first delete it and then add it. Okay, good. So that means that we can just go around and have them working. All right. Great. So now we just need to add the last one, which is this whole highlight interaction or something. Okay. So I think we can do it relatively easily. Again, it's gonna go through C++, but I don't think it's gonna be that bad. Let's just make sure I have everything saved. I'm actually gonna quickly push the code. Is basically interaction. Basic interactions. Okay. Push it. Okay. So now what we can do is basically add one more type of interaction. So we're gonna declare dynamic and we're gonna call it on direct highlight signal received. Okay. Yeah. Let's call it on direct highlight signal received. So we won't be pushing any direct interaction. Well, we could just use those directly because what do we want to send whenever we highlight or unhighlight an actor? When we look at an actor, we should give it either true or false for are we starting the highlight or are we ending the highlight, right? And then it would be nice also to pass in who highlighted, okay? And we're already doing that because the sender is always there. So I guess that's it. Because then if we have it highlighted, we send the sender. There's nothing stopping the, the other entity to basically say, okay, the sender is there. I'm gonna rotate the screen towards the thing so that something or something. We could actually try to implement that. So let's do this. Instead of direct interaction, it will be literally boolean, which we'll call not value. It will be is start. And that's it. I guess that's it. Wait, we've got actor, sender, bool, start. So this will be just two params. Okay. I'll be adding comments at a later time. I'm not doing that now, definitely not. So wow, this is getting so long. And it's not here, it's before this one. Direct highlight signal. So transmit a direct highlight signal to an actor, sure, whatever. Sends a signal, receives, and direct highlight signal transmit. No, it will be not payload. This will be is start. And sure. Tooltip will be evaluate whether the highlight is just started. Or highlight just started. Whatever. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, and then we're gonna have the other one. Just receive it and pass it on. Okay, this should be good enough. I'm just gonna go to the implementation. Should be somewhere here. Yeah, that's it. Again, let's make it const. Same thing here. Oh, just watched. Tara says I just watched a video about Life of Sid Meier. Such a roller coaster. Oh, okay. Is it on YouTube or something? From Sid Meier, I mostly just played a lot of Civilization. So it'll be interesting, but he has like there are a million games in his name. Okay. That's awesome. I'm gonna look it up. That sounds like a fun thing to watch while you're doing something else. Okay, let's see if this compiles. If that compiles, we'll just have one extra thingy that we can just quickly get it over with. Okay, there we go. So we've got that. And let's run the editor and just hook it up. And therefore we'll be able to receive those on the other end. Okay, it's a video of 50 plus minutes. It's a blockbuster video. Yep, the best ones. The best ones to just sleep to. Gosh, I watched so many videos while sleeping. And the Spiffing Brit had a video on that, how it's breaking into, which is just hilarious. All right, so we can get back to our opened assets. And now, in here, we have the situation we selected something, right? If nothing was highlighted yet, I mean, if something was highlighted, if the actor changed, we need to unhighlight the previous actor. So before we call this thing on the player, because if the player will receive a notification, oh, this thing got unhighlighted, the item already should be notified about it, in my opinion. So I would like to do something like transmit direct highlight signal. Okay. There we go. And this highlight signal will be, no, sender actor will be self. It will be the owner. Okay. Well, is it start? No, because we are finishing the highlight, right? The highlight end. So that will be it. Okay. And then when we highlight the new actor, before we call this, we need to send the transmit highlight signal as it's a start, and that will be the new actor. You can just plop it right here, and this will be get owner. Okay, there we go. That looks somewhat right. Oh, it's a blockbuster video. You can't focus on anything else. Ah, okay. What worked for my sleep is Chess Network or Mathlogger. Mathlogger. Or some random physics lectures. Yeah, that works too. Chess Networks even has specific videos for falling asleep. That's a good one. I'm definitely not a chess player, so I just put on woodworking videos and either find it interesting and stay up, or I find it very interesting and fall asleep. All right. So this should work. This should send events to the actors when we highlighted something. But when we clear it, and we know that, okay, we have something to clear, before we call this, we need to call transmit highlight signal. And in this case, we're always stopping. And this will be the existing actor. So highlighted actor. Just plop it here, and sender will be get owner. Okay, so let me just double check that when we transmit the selection thing, we're actually deselecting the old actor. Yes. Okay, that's good. Um. Okay, that just has extra thing. Cool. Okay, that makes me happy. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Make sure there is anything to unhighlight. Okay, just like that. Just some notes here and there. Okay, so if that's the case, what we already have the situation where our player knows that and what got highlighted or unhighlighted. But what we can do now is that inside our engine, we can make something more interesting that, when we look at it, something happens, right? So let's add something fun. What could we add here? I know what, I'm just gonna add static mesh. Okay. Static mesh, and this will be basket. Let's imagine that this engine, when we want to interact, it just pops a basket where we are supposed to put, I know, fuel. Just something stupid. So we have the basket, okay? And the basket needs to be a static mesh of this empty box, okay? We're actually gonna make it a little bit larger or something. So we're gonna make it that when normally it's somewhere here, okay? It's inside the engine, we can't see it. But when we interact with it, it's gonna reap. And then when we finish interacting, it's gonna go back. Okay? Something stupid, but maybe it was gonna work. So this is okay. This is basically handle interaction. Handle interaction. But what we want to do is I want begin play. On begin play, I want to basically like save one value, which will be basket rest location. Okay, so be a vector. So I just want to save the currently existing location of the basket. So this thing set to basket get location. It's a relative location, okay? This way I can just save it so that I know where the basket needs to go back when I'm moving it around, okay? And then we're gonna have another one, which will be basket target location. How do I want to do that? Maybe not target location. Let's do basket slide distance. Okay, and that's gonna be a float. And that will be editable. Okay, that's great. And the colors, I'm not using those colors. Great. Okay, so that's the case. We've got our begin play. What we need to handle now is T events. So we go to signal transceiver and we can just get on direct highlight signal received. So we can basically see who was it and is it start or is it not? So let's do it that way. We're gonna add a timeline. This will be basket slide. And basically, we're gonna branch on this is start or not, okay? So if it's a start of highlight, just play it. If not, just reverse it, okay? And inside of basket slide, we're just gonna say that it takes I know. 0.6 seconds. We're gonna have the vector track. Oh no, let's just do a float track and we'll call it position alpha. I'm just gonna have 2 keys, okay? First one will be 0, 0. The other one will be 0.621. Okay? Bam. And I'm just gonna select them both and right click, come on, right click, make it user so they're nicely curved and whatnot. Recent Flutter, so Tar says, recent Flutter version has introduced new API, Flutter GPU, a powerful low-level graphics API integrated directly into the Flutter SDK. Pretty cool considering that Flutter runs on everything. Yeah, that is pretty cool. If it's supported on all the platforms straight away, that's... yeah. Good job, Flutter team. Hey, Unreal Engine runs on everything too. If you would see the user interface tools for Unreal Engine, you will be like, okay, it has capabilities greater than Flutter. You just need a powerful computer or console to run it. Okay, so we're gonna play it. So on update, we're just gonna get the basket, set pose location, set relative location. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're going to calculate that location. The new location will be adding the rest location, and which axis do we need to add it to? So slide distance, let's make it actually vector. So let's slide offset. Okay, we're gonna call it that way. And right now it's unhappy about something. No, it's happy. Okay. So we're gonna get our basket, and we're moving positive in the y-axis. Okay. So our slide will be positive in y-axis. How positive? We're going from 6 to 86. Okay. So we're just gonna do 80. Okay, there we go. Compile. And so this plus the offset, and this should be our target location. We don't do any sweeps, no teleports, nothing, just update it. And that might be enough to actually have a situation where the basket slides out whenever we look at something. Okay. Whoa. It just teleports. So no, that is not working. Oh, of course, because I'm not lerping between the two. This is the target location, okay? This is the target location. What we need to do is we need lerp for a vector. Alpha is from the timeline. Target location. Initial location. There we go. And Tara is asking which backends Unreal Engine uses on all the platforms. Well, on Linux, macOS, consoles, and Windows PCs and whatever, it's either on Windows it will be DirectX or Vulkan. On Linux you have Vulkan. On macOS you probably have their own Metal thing or whatever it is. I'm not even sure what they're using. And other target is browsers. You can compile it, I believe, still to HTML, although with some restrictions. And you can run it on mobile phones and whatnot. And then it uses whatever mobile stuff is. Oh, there we go. We move away, and it doesn't slide back. We're gonna come in, it's here. It even pushes us off. But why aren't they sliding away? I probably didn't plug something in, right? No, I have direct light signal received. And if start is false, it should reverse. Okay, we've got something not right. So maybe we're not receiving the signal. So let's do print string. And we're just gonna say true or false depending on what's there, right? So I'm gonna point here, good true. Ah, we're not receiving the signal for false. Oh, we got one false for some reason. What? Okay, we're receiving false if this happens, but when we move away, we are actually sending true by accident. That's the thing. So on clear highlighted, but we don't have the start set to true. What the heck? We're sending false. Something's weird going on. Start is set to false, right? So print, please. I'm gonna say deselecting exclamation mark. Compile. I just want to see how often we call the clear highlighted. Because it should run in that specific spot. Okay, we got deselecting, but we didn't get the signal. Huh. Am I sending wrong signal? Transmit direct highlight signal. Receiver is the already highlighted actor. Oh, because we're sending it after we cleared it. Oh. Oh, so we need to just do lost actor. There we go. Now it should receive it. Okay. And let's get rid of that because I'm sure that part's gonna work. So many bugs in such simple code. Okay. Bam. Bam. Yep. Drawer shows up. Drawer goes away. Drawer shows up. I switch to here. And oh yeah, now they all do. Okay, let's just turn off those debug values because they're getting in the way. Player character, wait, trace interactor. In our trace, we want to turn off the debug, okay? And now it's gonna be a little bit more pleasant to look at things, right? Bam, and bam. So that works, okay? I can look away. So it's a shelf to get on top of that. Okay, that's funny. Okay, so that's great. And the thing could be also where the thing is going coming in the direction of the player. Yeah, could be done. So, you know, what could happen here is that, I don't know, maybe some kind of screen turn shows up here with options to press on. or something else or something else. I'm not sure yet. And of course it doesn't work on those because these are not interactive. These are just mock-ups. So we could replace those, right? Let's just have fun inside rather than running around on the outside. Right. Just gonna set them up here. So we've got one per tile. Okay. One. Second tile. Third tile and fourth tile. There we go. So when we play, we've got them the way they're supposed to be. Can do that. Press E to switch the light. I can actually press F to turn off those lights. And there we go. Whoa, these boxes are crazy. But yeah, that actually seems to be great. Works great. Okay. That's awesome. Huh. Okay, so if that's the case, we have a way to highlight something, whatnot. Yeah, the highlights work. The interactions work. We have plenty of options for what data we're sending. So let's try to make a really simple door. Okay. So we're gonna make the door and a switch. Okay. I'm gonna use those funny little tiles that already have those models to make a door and to make a switch. Okay. I just don't feel like dealing with this whatever with other stuff. Let me just save direct highlights. Okay. I have my code pushed. Great. So let's see what it looks like to use the system in practice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and temporary, I'm just gonna create new blueprint class and we're gonna call it with an actor BP test door. Okay. So for the test door, I'm gonna plop in new static mesh. And this will be the door left. Okay. So this will be the ball dev. Okay. That's what it looks like normally. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna plop it here so that we can position it a little bit differently. Okay. I'm also gonna make it a little bit thinner just so that we have easier time to work with it. And I'm actually gonna clone it. Oh, I can't like that. Control D to duplicate. So this will be door left, door right. And the right one, I'm just gonna plop here. The left one, or what? How the hell would I do it so that they're kind of better working? 0.5 in this axis. Yeah. There we go. Just like that. It's gonna maybe make it 55. Okay. And the one on the left will be also 0.55. And we'll just plop it here. There we go. So this is what closed door will look like. Okay. Compile it, save it. So if that's the case, I would like to be able to basically open them, to move them around. So how can I do that? So what, yeah, it's gonna be relatively easy, right? So let's add a new variable. which will be basically open offset. Okay. And that will be a vector. Okay. So for the offset, I know that if I want to fully open it like this, so we went from 82.7 to 222.7. So that'll be 140. Let's say plus 140 in Y. Okay. So we're going to go here, file, and Y will be 140. Okay. And this way we'll be able to reverse that vector to apply to the right wing. Okay. Compile, save. The other thing is that we need to track if is open or is closed. So which direction we're going. Okay. And we can just set it as the default. Okay. And then we're gonna have anything else about the door? For now, we're not worrying about locks and stuff, right? Because locking we're gonna add later. Because our interactions, we should also have a situation where even though something has the receiver, it's not necessarily interactive, right? Not everything that can receive a signal, like in this case, a door, should be interactive. So we should have additional switch on the transceiver that, you know, hey, are you interactive? Are you not interactive? And then even if something is interactive, some objects could, in theory, say that, you know what, even though I show up as interactive, I'm not enabled for interactions. But that will be something to implement for the thing itself, to just show something else when it's highlighted. It will be just, you know, like to ignore the stuff. So I don't think that will go into trace interactor itself. All right, so if that's a door, let's just go to the construction script, okay? So in the construction script, I don't know, we can actually do much. Let me think. If in the construction script, I'm gonna grab the door right, set location, set relative location, and I'm just gonna grab the get relative location and basically add, right? Open offset. Every time I build it, right? Let's see what's gonna happen. Because I don't remember how those work. I put it here and okay, it stays that way. Okay, so that's good. So in theory, do I have local variables? Yes, I have local variables. Oh, that's fun. So in construction script, I can get the door left relative location. I mean, I don't need that, right? Relative location plus this. And door left set relative location will be to basically be this. Well, this will need to be minus for the right door. But the thing is that all those things should run only if it's open. get branch. So if it's open, then run those two, otherwise don't run them. So will be open doors if needed. Okay. Compile it, and it's unhappy because relative location is self. Target and this. What? No. Open offset. There we go. Now it makes sense. So if I'm gonna make is open available for edit outside, and this, yeah. So I should be able to go here, up the door, right? And switch is open or is closed, right? We just got that. So I could just plop it here. And let's just click it. First of all, I'm just gonna line it up roughly to the center. Then we're gonna click is open. And I just want to make sure that it doesn't poke through any holes anywhere. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent. Yep, this is good. This is good. We're good. Okay, so let's not make it open initially. All right. Cool. So with those test doors, I'm actually gonna add a new function. Set doors location. And what we're gonna do is basically add input, which will be a float openness, which will be basically a openness. Yeah. Gosh, it looks so weird, that name. So this will be basically a value from 0 to 1 on how open the doors are. So therefore, we can just grab all this code, paste it here, and this offset will be multiplied first by that openness. Multiply by the, do we have the openness in variables? No. Local variables? No. So times openness. Okay. And this will be used here and here. Okay. Which is calculated once. And therefore, depending on that, we'll be able to use it in both construction. So basically, if it's opened or closed. So we're just gonna do set doors location. Okay. And openness will be basically 1 if they're open. So we can still click like that, but then we can animate that value depending on something else. And let's animate that value, okay? So the thing is that with our test door, I don't want the player to be able to just walk up to it and press E to open them or something. They're supposed to use a button. To do that, I would like to actually, first of all, not transfer a transceiver. Okay, so we're gonna make that doors can receive signals, but not the direct interaction signals. We're just gonna get the signal to open or close it, right? Or I'm just gonna call it name signal. Okay, that's all I need. Name signal to receive. So what that's gonna be is that when we're gonna get the value, switch on name. Okay, so all I'm gonna support here is 3 values: open, close, or toggle. Okay, and option I could have lock or unlock. Right? Because that's an option too on a door. We're not going to implement it yet, but in the future. So let's new timeline or come on, add timeline. There we go. So this will be openness. So when we want to open it, we play it. When we close it, we do reverse. And when we want to toggle it, we'll need to just figure that out. But it's not going to be that simple. So basically, when we open it, we need to set is open to one thing. Here we're going to set is open to something else. Right? So open, we set open to open and play. If closed, we set it to false and we play it in reverse. Well, if we're going to toggle it, we're going to basically make it to be get it, negate it, and set it properly, right? But the thing is that we can just do a branch, I believe, right? That's what we did last time. So branch, depending if it already is open, we want to close it. If it's not, we want to open it. Oof. I know it's ugly, but oh well. So in our openness, I'm actually gonna do it in a different way, where I want the length to be just 1 so that I can work with nice numbers. Float track will be basically openness alpha. I don't know. Stupid name. Okay. And this thingy will be 0, 0. While this gun, we can just do 1, 1. Okay. And thanks to that, we can simply make them easier. And can I make them more? No. Oh, well, this is good enough. I'm actually maybe gonna add something to that curve. I want it to be longer. Like, you know, I want them to not budge for a little bit longer. And same thing here. Yeah, something like this. So that's a fun. We can add those detail animations. All right. So this will be our openness. And can I kind of set the speed of the animation? Can I do openness? Do we have it as a variable? Set looping, set play rate. There we go. So let's also add new variable, which will be anim speed, or let's do anim duration. Okay. Animation duration, which we will set to float, how many seconds that will be. Okay. So we can basically here we need to set it where we divide 1 by the anim duration. And we can probably just set it when. I wonder if it's enough to just set it in construction script. I really don't know. Compile. Okay. And it cannot be 0. Because that's gonna be some unhappy calculus. Okay. So now we need the button. So we're gonna just make a new button. Tara says, on weekend I have tested ChatGPT and Claude gave me a better answer. Yeah, they both have their own niches. Claude seems to be kind of better than ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT often seems dumb, but ChatGPT often also has kind of broader knowledge, while Claude seems to make up more things. If it's unsure, I don't know, that's kind of how I felt it at least recently about those. VP test button. Okay, so let's create just a simple button, and for that we'll need again um, static model, static mesh. Sorry. Um, do we have any other meshes available? Not really. So we're gonna go with our wall thing again. The only thing now is we're gonna make it way smaller. So it's just gonna be like this. Just keep it the thickness still there. Okay, this would be our button. And I'm not gonna add any fancy things to it. I just want to add the what do you call it? Transceiver. Alrighty. And if that's a transceiver, now we can basically receive things. So the only thing we're gonna do here is when we receive a interaction signal, and interaction signal will be basically use, which is the only one right now. All we're gonna do is gonna relay that signal. And this is where we're gonna add something extra in code. Because I want to actually have additional struct. So let's go here and we're gonna define a new struct, all right? Do we do it here or somewhere else? Let me think. Yeah, we're gonna do it here. So notice that we have this struct here. Okay, we're gonna define one more. Use struct, blueprint type, and this will be basically f name receiver pair. Okay. That says, I was asking assistance for strategy of learning C. I like that Claude provided references. Another thing about my work, they are thinking about getting rid of more people. Of course, because it's savings that can go in some other places. And yeah, for getting like, a track of how to learn something, yeah, AI, that's a good way to find things that you actually are supposed to learn. Okay, F name receiver pair, and what this is gonna be is basically name and receiver. So this way we can just specify one variable on any actor, which is what's the target of signals that are going to be sending to. Okay, so this way we're providing the reference to an actor, which is just a reference, and a name. And I wonder if we want to make it as actor that. First of all, this should be T object pointer, I believe. Something like this. I think. I don't remember now. I had some notes somewhere. T object pointer. Yeah. Do I want it to be object pointer or do I want it to be something else? T PTR. T something PTR. Gosh, actor pointer? No. I guess just that. I don't remember now, but this is like a new preference for Unreal Engine, at least since 5.0, to have it specified this way. And what else was that supposed to be? Uh, yeah, I think that's it. Right? The actor that will be receiving and the name signal that we're gonna send to it. Because this is kind of very helpful. And this way we can quickly make those pairs, we can iterate over those, and that's that. So the other thing would be to have additional helpers for transmitting the name signals. Okay, so float signal, name signal. Right now we have transmit name. Okay, the other option will be to do again something very similar, but transmit name receiver pair. Sure. And instead of having receiver actor and payload separately, we just have one instance of fname receiver pair. Okay? Just like that. The name dash receiver pair. Okay. There we go. So we'll need to implement that one. And Teresa says also SQLite is written in C. Yes, it is. And if you're curious about SQLite, go and look at their automated tests. I actually want to look at that myself. SQLite tests. How SQLite is tested. Oh yeah, their website. 100% branch test coverage is an as deployed configuration. Millions and millions of test cases. Out of memory tests, IO tests, crash and power loss tests, files tests, boundary value, disable information regression tests. Just a lot. I'm not gonna not even read that. But do we have like a number of those or something? Oh, by comparison, the project has 590 times as much test code and test scripts. Holy moly. So for each line of code, there's 590 tests in SQLite. Is that all in that one repository or something? Oh, there's a purchase button for SQLite. Test sense. I once worked on a project where we aim for 95% of test coverage. It's so much fun. And at this point, I am not sure if you're actually considering fun or you're being sarcastic this time. Because for me, that will be no fun at all. Is it like, where do they host it? SQLite repository. SQLite sources are managed using Fossil, a distributed version control system that's specifically designed and written to support SQLite development. Okay, so SQLite, they have their own version control system. SCM system, yep. Holy macaroni. Latest release. Yeah. The whole comet history. Or fossil. Or jeez Louise. This is crazy. Okay, so you actually like writing tests. I can't believe it. It's a chance to write testable code and achieving all the branches to be covered. Yeah, it is a lot of work, extra work, and I don't know. I kind of find it at some point just painful. But yeah, there is something about it. I like to add testing, but not as high as 95% because at some point it's just, oh. I mean, if that was like a large project where you know that not a lot will be changing, or like the changes aren't drastic, then yeah. But if it's a newer project, something that I'm usually doing, something newer, then yeah, then there's a problem. Okay, so we've got this transmit name receiver pair, but I also want to do transmit name receiver pairs because I want to be able to transmit to multiple. Okay. Transmit name values to actors. Okay. So we sender actor and then we have pairs, which will be the array of fname receiver pair. Okay. There we go. Taras says it was a medical project. Oh, that's good there. Then I'm glad it was 95% tested. So it gave you an opportunity to have good sleep at night. Yep, that's for sure. Yeah, it will be fun to work on a medical project or something, you know. I kind of like the concept of real time systems when it comes to military systems. But at the same time, when I think about it, because you need to just usually have like, you know, few thousand thick page of what you can do, what you can't do, how things are supposed to work. That probably would take the fun out of the project. Okay, so the pairs will be just like that. Okay, let's try to implement both. Okay, so we've got this one, which will be return transmit name receiver pairs. What? No. Return transmit name. Okay. There we go. That's all it is. And then for pairs, for name receiver pair, can we replace with a structured binding? What? What the heck is that? Constant auto name. Oh, this is destructuring. Oh, I didn't know C has restructuring. Huh. Go figure. Transmit name, this and that. Sure. I'm gonna trust AI that it's okay. And for this, I'm just gonna do void. I don't want anything back out of that, at least for now. I can change that in the future. So for pairs, I'm gonna return static. It'll be static void. There we go. Let's see if I can compile it. No. Use single transfer component. Void function returns a value. Where? Oh, because I didn't delete the return. Yeah, of course. That says not fun part. Write a report for each dependency update. Oh, ouch. Now I know why SQLite is public domain. They try to sell you proprietary modifications of SQLite. You try C++ Lambda functions. I use them in few things. And yeah, there are specific ways to use them. For example, in here, and because there's the whole coding standards for Unreal Engine, how to use bunch of stuff, and there's a little chapter on lambdas and anonymous functions. You've got examples, like used and find by predicate, and just plop it here. And how to use captures and return types. Absolutely don't use those because they're bad and do stuff behind the scenes. Don't use the auto keyword because it's bad practice and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I read through the whole thing just to have an idea of what's out there. Okay, they compile and compile. Let's see what the hell's going on. I mean, the most annoying thing about C++ for me is the fact that... What the hell? Did I just lose a button or something? The most annoying part for me is that you need to deal with 2 files per something. And I just don't like that part. I totally understand why and how it works behind the scenes, what it enables and whatnot. But at the same time, I like modern languages. Okay, so what was I doing here? Test door. Looks like I've got test door done. But my button must have disappeared. Wait, I've got test button. Okay, there it is, test button. Switch on interaction type. So if there's interaction type, I want to actually, on a button, we're gonna add a variable. And this will be targets. Okay, and this value will be of type name receiver pair. Okay, and we're gonna make it an array. Bam. So it's gonna be a list of what signal to what actor to send. So I will be able to basically grab the targets and transmit name receiver pairs. There we go. And just send it, and it's gonna just do its own thing. Okay. And why did the whole transmit name receiver pair? Just like that, please. Yes. Okay. There we go. That looks a bit cleaner. So that should be it. Therefore, if I'm gonna grab a button and put it somewhere here, okay, I can just make it not have that ugly little thing. This button, this, just make it scene root. There we go. So if I get that button now, what I can do is I can go here and I will have my... Oh, duh. Test button, make targets editable. Okay, that will help. Okay, so the button now has it somewhere. Yes, targets. So I can add a target and I can just say receiver will be this door. Okay, and it's gonna be open. While the one on the bottom will have the same target, but will be closed. Okay. And then I can just copy them on the other side, and we're just gonna, wow, didn't look good. Position them here. Suddenly we should have this whole thing working, right? I point at this one, hopefully. I press E and nothing happens. Oh no. Um, Something's not standing correctly. So let me just separate them a little bit more so I know which one I'm doing stuff with. And there were no errors, right? Yeah, no errors. That says, you can specify how you capture variables outside of Lambda function by reference or by value. Yeah, that's something not to use in Unreal actually. You do not need to if you don't want to. You can write everything in one file. Yep, although an Unreal Engine won't let you. That's the thing. Unreal Engine just forces you to do things very specific way. So, see you, Taras. And hello, Pancake Dev. How are you doing today? Okay, so let's see what's going on that door. The door is waiting for test door, right? The door is basically hoping for name signal received. So let's play and debug our thing. So if I'm just gonna do that, nothing happens. I'm gonna point at this. Okay, we received the signal. Okay, looks like it actually got all the way here. So try to, oh, because I'm playing the thing, but I'm not actually putting the animation. Duh. Set doors, location, update to openness level, and play it. Yes, I could have one button to open and close doors. I just want to see if two separate ones will work. Okay, doors opened. I can click here. I cannot click here to close. Huh. And why is that? Close. And I have test door targeted. Okay, so what do I have in my doors? Close. Sets it here and sets it to reverse. Let's run again and see if we're actually getting that. Open. Close. So close doesn't close them. That's a new one. I haven't seen that before. And this opens and this closes. Okay, so the signals are going through correctly. When we set it, we reverse it, right? So that's fine. But why doesn't it update? Set door location. It should be no matter what the value is, either from 0 to 1. And reverse should work even if it's fully open or something. What if I'm not gonna do this whole set play rate because maybe that is doing something weird, although it's not supposed to. Where's test door? I also want to see when this part is running. So I'm gonna start a game again. Right? I'm gonna click here, bam. And it's not updating that one. I click this one. It's updating it. It's just not sending in the values. What? Wait, I can just do this value here. Please watch this value. Okay. So we have openness level. So I'm going to play again. It's 0, right? Got 2, 1. Okay, so the value itself is changing, but for some reason the doors aren't updating. Wait, and this one here just disappeared. Oh, I know what's going on. I think we might have something funny here inside the set door location. So openness from 1 to 0. Oh no, we just multiply it. Open offset times this. From 0 to 1. Let's look at it once more. Because I open it. Oop. Whoa, the what? Why did the doors go so far away? And when I close them, they keep going further away. What the heck? Further away and further away. Okay. Doors are flying off to the distance. Wow. Several location, door left, and door right. Right? Here we subtract. Oh. I see, because every iteration we take it by relative rotation rather than the starting location. Ah, so they offset themselves depending on the previous location. That makes sense. So in that case, an event graph, we're just gonna do begin play. So when we start up, we want to have door left, or let's call it left wing initial location. Okay, that'll be vector, and we're gonna add another one, right wing initial location. So we're just gonna set those. So door left, get relative location, and we set it here. The same thing goes for another one. We're gonna set the right one, and it's gonna be from the door right. And this should give us initial location. So our door, instead of adding to the current location, it's gonna be adding to the initial location. There we go. Oh, kind of. Because this is also gonna break if we're gonna open the door. They're gonna try to open themselves more. But I won't worry about it now. Okay. Let's compile it, and now hopefully it's gonna work. Open. Close. There we go. Can open the doors, and we can click here to close them, right? Yeah, we just closed them. You just need a crosshair to know what we're looking at. But other than that, that's awesome. Huh. Gosh, I really like this yellow color for some reason. By choosing a random color, I got a nice yellow. I like how reddish it gets in those places. Okay, so that works. So now I can add to the confusion. Okay, and I'm gonna add this button here. It's gonna say toggle. It's gonna send toggle to the door. And this button will also send toggle. Just like that, we should be able to just keep hitting this button to toggle the door or close it. There we go. And SPN says, I don't think this block coding is making things any simpler. Not always. But compared to C++, sometimes it's so much simpler. Okay, great. So these still work, right? I can command switch them and all that stuff, so that works. So that's great. Okay, so we've got our basic interactions. Yeah, I can press it. So the thing is that now with this button working that way, in theory, it's possible to extend our engines, right? So our engines right now are receiving the dialect highlight to open the door, but other than that, we have on-direct interaction signal received. And depending on what on the use, we're gonna turn it on or off. But what we could do is also add a signal transceiver, receive name signal. We're just gonna plop it here. Okay. And when we receive that signal, we can again switch on that name, and we can just hard code few things for the engine, right? So we could have, I mean, literally on, off, and toggle, right? So toggle is here, on is here, and off is here. Yay, so clear. Ew. But whatever. I don't care about readability now. So just by doing that, I just enabled the engine to work with the button. So I can just grab another button and I'm just gonna shove the button here, and I'm gonna make it extra large. What the heck? Is there really a button? It scales and oh, I have negative scale for it. Whatever. So this is our button, and now I can actually utilize the targets. So I can give it 4 targets. Okay. And we're gonna make them to all toggle. And therefore I can say that this one, and this one, and that one, and that one, right? So I'm gonna run it, and after I get in there, I can just toggle them all with press of a button, while still being able to just switch some of them. And SPN says, all right, see you later. Gonna head out. All right, see you around. Okay, and now when I toggle, they all toggle their colors. And now we have Christmas. Christmas lights, yay. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, that makes me very happy because we have most of the functionality of easy interactions implemented. Big chunk of it through C++ that we can keep expanding on and doing stuff. We have the simple name signals that we can just pairs to just connect things around, which is always fun. And yeah, and we have ability to things react when they're highlighted or something. So I would just add one more. Wait, yeah, just one more thing to the actual entirety of what is it of our signal transceiver component. Okay, because the thing to add now is the ability to decide if something is open for interactions or not, if it's even considers something to highlight in the first place. Because something like those doors, we don't want player to be able to interact with it directly, so it would be nice to disable direct interactions, not just not handle the highlight or not highlight something, but we also don't want the player to receive notifications from the trace interactor like, oh, I highlighted the door, while there's no possibility of interaction, so it shouldn't happen. So we can update our fancy little, what is it? Where's the class? U-signal transceiver component, okay? The U-signal transceiver component, besides just having the myriad of those functions, we need to give it a U property. Okay? U property. And this would be blueprint read write. Okay. We want to be modifiable. Is active. Let's say all the accepts direct interactions. Okay. Just like that. Accepts direct interactions. Yes or no. And depending on that, we'll be able to decide if, in trace interactor, if all this should actually go on. So accepts direct interactions. So we should probably just disable the whole direct interactions and highlights for it. So that will be probably inside here. Signal transceiver component. When we scroll down, we have a few things here. Private, this is receive direct interaction signal. If accepts it, right? Then we're gonna do that. Otherwise, we're not receiving the thing. We're just saying nope, not received. But the thing is that I'm not sure if I want to actually do that. Because we're just calling the thing. We shouldn't be. Whenever we're transmitting, we already should know if this thing accepts those and return proper true or false. So what we're gonna do here, I'm just gonna leave it the way it was, okay? Because notice that when we're sending something like transmit direct interaction signal, we want to return true or false depending if we successfully send a signal. So the way we're sending signal is like we call it transmit to what? And it's gonna call this code. It's gonna give us a transceiver and we're just gonna call it. So inside our transmit, we can already check because we have a bunch of checks. If the sender is null, so, well, sorry, we can't. If the receiver is null, we can't. We get a transceiver and it's like, oh, sorry, it doesn't have a transceiver. And then if transceiver doesn't accept, and here's direct interactions, okay? So that's gonna be a little bit separate. Because that will be just for direct interactions, but I would also like to not only have a switch for direct interactions, I would also like to have a global switch if the whole thing is allowing any kind of interactions, because you can have a, transceiver, and only sometimes you want to accept the interactions, other times you don't want to. So maybe we're gonna add another little flag, because right now we have accept direct interactions. Let's do U property will be accepts receives signals. Okay, just something very basic. Does it receive signals or not? And was there some other thing? Instance, edit instance only. Instance, there was some other thing where the value is supposed to be kind of exposed. Edit anywhere. Okay, that's the one. That means that we can edit it in various places. That should be helpful. Okay. All right. So let's do that. So in here, if if it doesn't receive signals, we'll just return false. Okay, we weren't able to process it, so we return false, and that's it. And then we transmit the function, we give it the transceiver. So just for the transmit direct interaction signal, we're gonna add extra thing in here. If it doesn't accept direct interactions, return false. So we're gonna need to modify some things. Otherwise, return true. So now this kind of means that this should return Boolean. And when we call it, it's not gonna be happy about it. So let's redefine this one here, the transmit. We'll need to redefine a lot. Wow. Transmit will take function, it takes void. How on earth do you add a return signal here? Not void, it'll be a bool. There we go. Now it's unhappy because in here it's void. So let's make it bool. Okay? Just like that. Now we'll have million errors everywhere. This one's fine. This one is happy now. This one, direct highlight, we also need to have the same extra guard. But otherwise, this one just says true. This one just says true, 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 and whatnot, because all the other situations will be absolutely fine. Okay. These are to be omitted right now. Every other time we have good time. There we go. This should fix everything. And this should give us two flags and transmit function. It will be return. Whatever was returned from transmit function. Okay. I think this is enough. Let's try to build it and run it. If that's gonna work, we're gonna be done for today. Okay, so if I would go and here and for example do something like on a door, I can probably click signal transceiver and say receive signals is false. Well, accept direct interactions false as well. So let's just change one tiny value. For the signal transceiver component, I want to actually have different defaults. Where is it? Gosh, so much code. By default, accepts, receive signals, but don't accept direct interactions. This way, by default, nothing will be receiving direct interactions unless you actually click it, but all the things will just receive signals, because without that, adding the what do you call it? Adding the main transceiver would be pointless without that. Let's see if this actually updated. Not really, but I guess that's because, it's not supposed to be. So accept direct interactions is false. I'm gonna run it, and oh, now the buttons don't accept direct interactions. Let me close this and run it again, and maybe the defaults will kick in a bit the way they're supposed to, okay? Because right now we definitely don't have defaults. Okay, let's see. This thing. Okay, well, this thing, the button, just that single button. Receive signals, yes. Accept signal, direct interactions, no. So let's go to our button and just say signal transceiver, accept direct interactions, yes, please. Okay, there we go. And we will need to do the same for the test engine, where we wanted to accept direct interactions. All right, so you go here, and now we can open and close it. And notice that when I hover over the door, oh no, it still shows add. So let's fix that. So our where on earth? Trace interactor. Right now, it just gets a transceiver and just highlights it or not highlights it without even checking if it's supposed to or not. So we're gonna add some things. So basically, if we got the transceiver, we also need to check if the transceiver accepts direct interactions. Okay, just remove it from here. So basically, on that we can branch. So if it accepts those, then we can highlight it. If not, again, clear highlight. So this will be basically don't select, don't highlight non-interactive actors. Okay, there we go. This looks better. So that should solve our problem. And now you can see on the top left, when I hover over the button, we have add. I go around, we have another one and another one. But when I go to the door, it doesn't highlight anymore. It's not even detected as something that would be interactable. So we can just do that, and there we go. And engines should be still interactable. And this should still allow me to switch the whole thing. Great. It all works. Great. Wow, we went far. Okay, I am satisfied. So if that's the case, The next time, what we'll be doing will be trying to make it possible to start having items. Okay, the inventory will be the next thing. So, you know, in the game, when we're running around the base that we'll be building, right? Come on. When we're running around the base that we'll be building, we'll be not only interacting with, pressing something on here or maybe here, right? We'll be also grabbing an item, maybe dropping it off here or something. The whole idea is that, the whole machine will be going up, scaling the mountain. And let's say this here is opening and we can see the mountain scrolling, and you can grab a grappling hook and maybe shoot some rocks, grab them, and they will be added to your inventory. Just like in many other games where you're harvesting something and whatnot. So the whole idea is that the player has inventory, and player can build chests and other shelves or whatever that will have inventory. Maybe an engine has some kind of inventory where we can have some parts, or maybe we have some, the amount of fuel. Maybe you're gonna start with some kind of coal engines, steam engines, and therefore you're gonna need to grab coal and dump it into the thing, add it to the machine. Some actions could be physical, but some, like, you go and need to craft something, so you need inventory. And the other thing is, I wanted so that items actually fall on the ground when you drop them, so you need to pick them up and whatnot. They have physical representations. And also we need to have items, maybe things that you can equip, eat, or something. Just so many things, maybe some armor. I don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, we need to start working on that system. I kind of started working on that a little bit when we started doing the Godot version of the game. But another will be a little bit different approach, and working with the UI will be really, really, really painful. So that's something I need more tutorials for. Oh, I'm flying. All right. That's it for tonight then. We're done. We got to the point where things are working. We can interact with stuff. I will clean up the C++ code. I will possibly try to move some of the trace interactor to C++ to learn how to do that on that side, and maybe make it a bit more maintainable, because there's lots of those, very weird conditions that are really hard to follow here. While in code, there should be a little bit easier. All right. So I'm going to try to do that as well. And yeah, that's it for tonight. So thank you everyone for watching. If you liked the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And thank you for the follow. Olala. And you can also try to join my Discord if you want to chat with me a little bit more. And I'll be back on Wednesday with more Surreal DB. All right. The next game dev will be next Monday. All right. See you guys.